Oh. Oh. I thought it was tuna, but I think it's just chicken salad. Either way. Yeah. Hi, John Boston. I'm doing alright. Seeing as John Boston seeing what's up, buddy. I'm doing alright. How are you doing? Are you enjoying your weekend? John Boston said, I just got home from work, ready to relax. I'm off tomorrow. Can't wait. Oh, yay. Well, that sounds great. Nice day plan, hopefully, of resting and recovering and being ready for your work the next week. That's what I like to try and do on my off days. That sounds like it'd be good. Ooh. John Boston said, you know, any good sci-fi shows or movies, maybe aliens or space stuff like that, on either Netflix, Hulu, or Prime, or Disney Plus? Netflix, Hulu, Prime, or Disney Plus? Well, I I would assume, I don't know this to be the case, but there was a show back in the day that I really liked that was alien themed that was called V, and it used to be on ABC. Did I mention that? It used to be on AMC, but it was like kind of cool, and then Disney pulled the plug. But that might be available on Disney Plus. Uh, Firefly, I recall liking that show a lot back in the day. What that would be on? I have a feeling it'd be at least on one of those. Oh, Stargate. There was a movie, but additionally there was a series called Stargate SG-1. Lasted for a few seasons. I would imagine that would be out on at least one of those platforms. John also said, what genre of movies and stuff do you like or shows? Like, what's your favorite type? Oh, favorite? I don't know. I just, pretty much with everything with me is, I kind of just like keeping things interesting and jumping around. So I don't really have a go-to, like, genre. I will say that my favorite, although you probably wouldn't find it on Disney Plus, but it's probably on YouTube. But my favorite alien themed something or other, because I'm just a trip, is Captain EO, which was a short film that used to be available as a Disney attraction, at least at Disneyland and Disney World, featuring Michael Jackson. So, kind of wish they had made that into a series. Thomas said, well, what do you got planned for the weekend? There, Miss Lee. No clue. Um, Usually I'd be helping out someone. Um, Today, which is a Saturday, but usually a Sunday too. But they're a little busy, but I don't know if they're busy enough to also be busy tomorrow or not. So I'm just kind of in wait and see mode. So I'm just gonna just take it as it comes. Jabba said, you know, you trying to play some Who Knows Jack. Oh, that's a good idea. We could do that. Would you be interested? That'd be really fun. I haven't done that in a while. I do have some time today. I think I figured out how to get the lag down. Wait and see. Whatever the case. We could try that. It wouldn't be too hard to set up. Okay. I gotta take my supplements. John, Boston says for sure. Okay, okay, now I'm motivated. Okay. So I think after I get done eating my lunch is what I'm on right now. And I did want to do some afternoon coffee because I feel like I want to try and do some, like, the way I see it, if I don't hear that someone wants my help for tomorrow, then I don't know that they do. And I'm not going to try and call in again about it because you might understand the situation. That would just be a nuisance to do that. Okay, that sounds like a fun time. John must have said doesn't have to be now. It could be later. Take some time. Till get the day start. We can do it later on tonight when it's spooky. Tonight, okay. That's a thought. Okay. Well, that sounds like a thing to aim for. Well, okay. So here's what I can try for. If things go well, eat and chill. Then after that, some golf clash. Then after that, Saturday dance break. Then after that, some Jackbox games time. And then if I feel like it, after that, some Kingdom Hearts time. That sounds like it could be a fun streaming. Because I already did a little computer sciencey time, which I'm glad I did. I was just introducing the concept of the project, but it still counts. Speaking of spooky, I'm hoping, I don't think it's going to be this week, and because I just don't feel like going out to try and find anything. But I'm hoping to get some very affordable, which means it might not happen because the way things are going. But I'm looking forward to trying to find some budget-friendly decorations for spooky time. That could be real fun. Oh, and starting tomorrow, I'll be back to Evanescence time. That'll be fun too. Kyle Miller said hi, Becky. Hi, Kyle. Okay, I'm gonna get my water ready for my coffee because I definitely need a caffeine boost. Mm-hmm. Jamba said, how do we donate to the stream? Man, I'm surprised you haven't gotten monetized yet. Do you have Venmo? How could you know I support you? That's very kind of you, John Boston. Yes, I do. I appreciate that. Not yet. Okay, so the way things are, I don't know if I can get monetized. I personally think I can't, but I don't want that to be the reason not to try. So, in order to at least qualify to get memberships and things like that as part of the YouTube Partner Program, you have to at least have 3,000 watch hours. And right now, I'm like at just over 2,500 watch hours. But the catch is it has to be within 365 days. So starting the 27th of October, coming up real soon, things are going to start falling off the map. So it's tricky. It's just a bunch of tricky. And then YouTube likes to be trippy. They like to trip too much. Kyle Miller said enjoying the fall weather. Awesome. Are the leaves changing color where you are? I mean, if you're asking if I am, I am. But we don't have so many trees out here in California. Some do, but most don't. How about you? Are you experiencing a lot of trees that change color? Same with John. I'm wondering. I'm curious. Oh, but if anyone's interested in trying to, what do you call it? Help out what I'm doing here on YouTube, but additional things that I'm working on. Again, fully in a work capacity. Whatever gets donated would go to trying to do YouTube and what I'm doing with those on social media, but also work toward computer science projects and things like that. Um, if you check the description for my YouTube um, profile, there is some information for coffee. But don't do anything crazy. I will send it right back. Just be clear on that one. Calmer said breezy. Some are falling, but a little green and light brown. Nice. Okay, so they're on their way. They're on their way. One thing that the child me and the adult me can agree on was that those are cool leaves that change colors and fall, and then you can go and make piles with them and jump in them and things. We don't have this on the snow though. I like not having to deal with snow. It's great. Java said, yeah, I live in Alabama on a golf course. There's trees and leaves, and they're definitely falling and turning colors. Oh, okay, cool. You live on a golf course. That's pretty cool. Oh, that must be so annoying having to get all the leaves up because I doubt they just leave it there. That seems like that would impact the ability to play the game. You kind of have to try to find the ball. Big part of the game. Okay, that's it for food for now. I'll eat more during dinner. Ah, Ed Harva said hello. And Ed Harva said, where are you from? Oh, I'm from California. And in California. And before that, Cal Miller said during winter around December the trees are uh, nude with nothing on them. Oh yeah, I remember how that goes. I spent roughly 8 years living in the East Coast. It doesn't quite meet the expectations of Midwest because it's in the Eastern time over in Ohio. And then I spent a year in Illinois. So I remember, yes, the trees are very much leafless during the winter. Some, again, those ones that actually care about what the season is, they are. But the majority of the trees here, they have full leaves all year long. So a lot of the trees end up getting pruned, in which case they just cut off the branches. Connor said, I wanted to decorate the tree outside, LL, for Christmas. That could be fun. Ugh. I wonder if there's such a... Okay. Chances are, if someone thought of it, it's because someone else already thought of it. I wonder if they made, like, fake leaves that you could put on trees that's lost their leaves. Because if that was a thing, you could pretty much be making any tree kind of look like any other tree. Oh, Vegas. Wild. Vegas is so hot. I'm surprised that there's... I guess it depends on which part of Vegas. I mean, technically, which part of Nevada, I mean. Doesn't Vegas pretty much stay hot the whole time? It is very much the desert. 70 degrees is not bad. That's pretty good. But, like, as far as it doesn't go, like, okay, I know at night, it's similar to California, at night, it'll drop down to, like, the 40s or something. But during the day, what's the lowest high that you usually get throughout the year? Connor said mostly hot. I don't know. Okay. Yo, Marco Polo, hello. Thank you for the love and thank you for the emojis. I hope you're doing well. Oh, yeah. Okay, coffee. Let me put my coffee on. Alright, got my coffee. How much that lowest high is about 53 to 55 sometimes in the lower fours. Oh, that's not too bad. That's pretty reasonable. Somebody said love fall weather and winter. Cool. I'm just saying personally, I guess I would be feeling better about winter if I had like the right attire. But no, I don't have a stitch on any kind of fabric that's made for the winter. So that's why the last time I went to visit Ohio, I was trying to go in spring or summer because it's like I already know I don't have the right kind of clothes for winter. Okay, well, we're just gonna chill out a bit. That's the idea of these lives. I was thinking I haven't done in a while. Usually I'd be trying to find something on YouTube to watch while I eat, but it's very unchill these days trying to find stuff on YouTube. At least what I get suggested on YouTube. And I end up spending more, there's usually more time because like only like 5 minutes or something. So I end up spending time just scrolling, trying to see if anything makes any sense to try to watch. And then it's like, nah. Mm, really tough. Everything is really tough. We're just having a nice conversation. That's good. I'm really happy about that. You see, I also talk too dang loud. I just kind of forget other people exist and and are not interested in what I have to say right then and there. Nor should they be, because technically speaking, I'm not talking with them. Ah, wearing the mask, I found it kind of hard to like be loud and still sound like cheery. But I had to practice. I figured that out. But it does pretty much when you're wearing masks, especially two, it effectively halves your voice volume. So then I get to the point where if I really need to be heard and I'm really tired of saying the same thing, I take off the mask. But then it's like, hey, I prefer to not have to do this because there was reasons I'm wearing these. So here's a mini lecture as to why are you being so rude. I swear. I think not being rude, or at least reducing the rudeness, is not a bad thing. I don't personally understand how people think it is. Okay, so it says one viewer, but I've learned from a little test earlier today that that could mean that YouTube just doesn't register people who are here as being here. This is pretty much open forum time. Uh, Anybody who's regular to my what I do here at Becky828, I want to see my channel, but it's not really though. I mean, it is. This is me, but the idea of it being a channel is just kind of hilarious. That's what YouTube calls it, but that just seems so funny. But for sure, I don't usually just have opportunities to sit and look at chat and respond to chat. Usually that's just a little bit of part of my lives. So chats are welcome and greatly appreciated. Whatever can cut down the ramble to myself time is really awesome. You know, I said you play PS5. Oh no, I'd love to. I just haven't yet figured out how to get my finances in a way where I can afford such things. I play PlayStation 4. That's how I've been playing Kingdom Hearts Final Mix. How are you enjoying your PS5? Kyle Miller said I don't have him yet. Oh, all right, we're in the same boat with that one. I was working at a high school and someone was talking about how they had a PS5, and I thought, great, I hope you're enjoying it. That's all I thought. That must be meaning they're doing something good. That's what I have to hope, that they've made some good, wise decisions with their finances, and so they're able to afford a PS5. It's got to be better now than it was when it first launched. That was such a crazy launch. Kyle said I'm planning on switching from my Xbox to PS5. Oh, okay. If that's what you want to do. See, with me, I've just been weird. Like, I just didn't buy into the hype. Back in the day, it used to be Nintendo versus Sega. And I'm just like, I like them all. So, especially for a game franchise like Kingdom Hearts, where they were dropping games on any kind of way. Calmer said the PS5 Pro is $699.99. Oof. That's a lot. Well, here's the thought. Here's a piece of advice that might be helpful or not. That's pretty much the way all my advice goes. But recently, I've been toying around with PayPal savings. Yes, you heard me correctly. PayPal has savings. So what happens with that is it's not just a PayPal thing. It's a PayPal affiliated thing. Okay, I'll talk about that in a bit. Hold on. Connor said everyone waiting on GTA 6. Oh, I bet. I'm just happy they're actually going to do it. Because they were kind of resting on the laurels. Because GTA 5 online was doing so good. They didn't seem like they wanted to do anything on the next number entry. So I'm very happy that they decided to finally do a new thing. But yeah, as I was saying, the cool thing about PayPal savings is, well, there's a number of cool things. But one of the cool things is it is actually ran by a real bank. Oh, since it's ran by a real bank, that means it's FDIC covered with FDIC. So if something should happen and the money, well, assuming something happens, let's just say this: if things stay as they are and nothing changes with the policy of FDIC, that means that if something were to happen with the money up to like $25,000, you would be good. You would get it back. It might take some time though. Um, so that's cool. It's not like the regular PayPal thing where it's not FDIC insured. So if something happened to you, you'd just be SOL. The other cool thing about PayPal savings is you can set up goals. So what you could do is you could set up a goal that is your PlayStation 5, and then you could actually say what the goal amount is. So in your case, whatever $699.99 plus sales tax in your area is, maybe round it up by like $50. And then you could choose how much money you want put into that, toward that, how often, what day, and basically save that information. And then every whatever, let's say you said, oh, I want on the first day of each month, which means once a month, to have $20 go to saving for my PlayStation 5. You could set up just like that. You say $20. You say November 1st, 2025 is your first day. You say monthly. And then you have to choose which funding source. So it could either be your bank account, which could take a few days for the entire transaction to clear, or you could set it up where it gets the funds from a debit card, which is considered instant. So as soon as that day hits, somewhere in that day, the funds will get transferred from your selected account that's tied to that debit card into your PayPal savings. The caveat is, effectively what's happening is the money gets auto transferred to your PayPal balance, and then from your PayPal balance, it gets transferred to the savings goal. So you got to make sure that you don't have a negative balance in PayPal balance if you want the full money to get into your savings. Calvin said, I use Cash App, haven't had PayPal. Well, I don't know what if Cash App has a similar thing, but it seems like an easy Google. And also this might be a reason to get a PayPal. So you can work toward savings. Because I'm trying to be a little more on top of my finance game. And I feel like one of the negative patterns I kept running into previously was assuming I had money I didn't really have, because I just forgot what I actually had to spend money on. And I'm trying to like cut that down as much as possible starting this year. So I set up a few savings goals that could help me pay for bills that aren't the regular monthly bills. So hopefully it works out. I gotta wonder if I could look at that, but not right now though. If I try to go to any app other than YouTube, it makes the spinny happen. So I can't use my phone for anything but doing a live stream right now. I could see if there's a video on it though. Let me see if somebody put something online about it. Okay. Oh, and also something interesting about PayPal is there's such a thing as a PayPal debit card. And the way things are looking, you can choose one category wherein you get 3% cash back every time you make a transaction purchase in that category. And one of those categories is gas, which for me is, ooh, I hear gas, I think, dang, I spend a lot of money on gas. That might be helpful. I'd be having to fill her up quite often. 1 hour of the Cash App notification sound? Why would somebody make, that's so weird. I assume there's some reason that is popular. Okay, sure. Afterpay. What's that? Now that's curious. What's Cash App Afterpay? Okay, hold on. Let me stay focused. Borrow. Really? Oh. What? Oh, apparently there is a Cash App savings feature. That's curious. I'm interested to know more about that. Okay. Really? I'm curious. Again, I am trying to be more serious about my financial situation, me personally. As far as what I do for YouTube or what do you call it? TikTok, computer science things, or tutoring, whatever, that's separate. The way I see that, that's more of a business expense thing because I'm actually working on making business happen. But for me as a personal person, I'm hoping to get a better grasp of things. Because the way I see it, whatever I can manage to pull off personally with my personal finances, likely is similar to what I would need to be able to manage business finances. Anyway, let's check this video out. Please do consider donating to St. Jude. I think it's a really good organization. I spent a lot of time having to just visit hospitals because I had an aunt who had um, health, really bad health things going on because of her diabetes. And that was sad enough to regularly have to go to the hospital. And also, we lived, my brother lived her well, she was going through everything, and, that was a major impact. But at least it wasn't me who was going through the health issues. So it breaks my heart thinking about all the kids that have to go and deal with all this stuff. And then you gotta worry, the parents have to worry because they do have to go ahead and make sure that the child is getting all the treatment they need. And that does take a lot of time. And it's during work hours. So it is good that there's things like St. Jude and the Children's Miracle Network and things like that who can actually help. And honestly, we need more and more and more things like that. Help these kids have a better chance at fighting what it is they're dealing with, and also making sure that they're okay and the other parents are okay, and potential siblings, etc. All right, so this is a video called "Why I Don't Use a Savings Account Anymore. Earn 4.3% instead." Interesting. This is from the YouTube channel Clear Value Tax. Oh, interesting. Let's see.
If you're holding cash as a stock market investor, or maybe you're holding cash in an emergency fund, or maybe you have cash because you're saving up for something. If that's the case, then this information is going to be very important for you. So let me ask you, ideally, what do you want for your cash position? I mean, you want your cash to earn a high interest rate, right? You want your cash to be safe, and you don't want your cash to be locked up, like in a CD. And you don't want to, I mean, you want to minimize hassles. Like, you don't want to open up a bank account because you have better things to do in your life. So minimal hassles, right? Now, with that being said, I want to show you something that may help you. And I personally do this, and I just want you to know, I'll be crystal clear about this. This video is not sponsored. So I just want to educate and help people. So ideally, with the cash that you have, you would just buy short-term treasuries from the US government. Now, I'll tell you, just stay with me here and hear me out. So you can lend money to the US federal government for a short period of time. So the US government sells treasury bills with a duration of 1 month, 2 months, 3 months. And of course, these T-bills, they're going to pay you interest, right? And obviously, these are safe because it's the US federal government.
We'll
the
see.
risk of default is basically zero because
We're doing
they have
some
money
weird things.
printers. And right now, the interest rates of T-bills are high, relatively high. They're above 4%. So if you have spare cash, you should just park your money in T-bills.
I will remind you that this video is from 5 months ago. So as far as the interest, that would have to be confirmed what the status is like right now. I think I could go do that right now though, because I'm really curious if this is holding true, considering the state of things in play now is vastly different than the state of play from 5 months ago. Oh, unlike him, who's there for help and education, I'm for help and education too, but he's actually got a thing where his whole YouTube channel says tax. So apparently that's what he does. Me, I just more so am trying to get my own crap together. So this is not financial advice. I am not giving financial advice. No. I'm just trying to get my own crap out of the crapper. But if the information should be something helpful toward you, then yay. So, treasury bills? Ah, that's what you said. T-bills. Okay, let's look at that. What's the state of T-bills these days? Hold on. There is a way I can do everything I need. What is the state of T-bills? Questions. I've got them. Okay. See, this is STEAM education. This is what I do here at Becky828. This is heavily into the math part of things. I'm very interested to know. I wish that more of what kids learn about was about this kind of stuff, like what would be helpful for their understanding of how to make good, informed decisions with their finances. And I'm not just I'm a high school. I wish that they had this kind of information at least in some kind of way. Like, sure, they learn about coins and dollars, but not about how to actually like deal with that or what interest will do with that. I feel like that should be more expanded upon. But either way, treasury bills. Thankfully, I had a bit of training with finances because my dad's mom and stepdad were actually real good about trying to make sure that my brother and I had some kind of idea about what it meant to be trying to earn something and banking and saving and putting away and what you could do with that kind of deal. And like they were like investing in bonds. They would show like, oh yeah, we're bonds, blah blah blah. And I kind of like took that example, and now I kind of just continue to utilize it because it's like you really don't know how you're going to impact a person of whichever age. You really don't know what's going to stick, and you just kind of want to hope it's a good things. All right, treasury bills. Interesting. Treasurydirect.gov. Okay, that is curious. Okay, hold on. Really, this might be an interesting thing to try out. Even my silly self might be able to do something with this. That's interesting. Okay, here we go. Depends on what the minimum is. Okay, Treasury Direct, savings bonds, Treasury marketable securities, auctions, laws and regulations, registered under government users. Okay, this is treasurydirect.gov, and this is part of Treasury marketable securities. So Treasury bills are part of Treasury marketable securities. Okay. We sell Treasury bills for terms ranging from 4 weeks. Now, that is what's interesting to me, to 52 weeks. Bills are sold, like, I would be very interested in the 4 week one. Bills are sold at a discount or at par face value. When the bill matures, you're paid its face value. Okay. So even if you get it at a discount, if you have it throughout the state of maturation, then you are able to get back the face value. Okay. You can hold a bill until it matures or sell it before it matures. Interesting. Note about cash management bills. We also sell cash management bills at various times and for variable terms. Cash management bills are only available through a bank, broker, or dealer. Do not sell them in Treasury Direct. Oh, really? Okay, curious am I. So, more information about cash management bills. If you're interested in cash management bills, about how it goes along with whoever you bank with, you would just Google the name of your bank and then cash management bills. For privacy's sake, I'm not going to do that. You don't need to know who I bank with. All right. Investopedia. Cash management bill, CMB, meaning examples and use cases. What is a cash management bill, CMB? The term cash management bill refers to short-term securities sold by the U.S. Treasury. The maturity of the CBM can range from a few days, really? That's good to know, to 3 or 4 months. Unlike other Treasury bills, T-bills, CMBs are typically not sold on a regular basis because they are only offered when the government has a low cash balance. Ah, I wonder if that's like now. But even so, with the shutdown being as it is that still going on? I think so. Let's confirm. Ugh, miserable times. No end to the, yeah, that's still going on. Great. So this is kind of up in the air currently. Well, I guess I'm not doing golf time today. Maybe later. I don't know. This is just very interesting. As such, the money raised through these issues is used by the Treasury to meet any temporary cash shortfalls and provide emergency funding. They're normally sold to institutional investors because they come with a high minimum investment requirement. Really? Okay, so it's unlikely that someone in my position, which is very poor chick, would be able to qualify to get a CMB. Good to know. Key takeaways. A cash management bill is a short-term security sold by the Treasury Department. CMBs are not sold on a regular basis and are only put up for sale when the government's cash reserves are low and when they're not having government shutdown, I would figure. I don't know that part. Maturity dates for CMBs can range from 7 to 50 days, but can go as high as 3 to 4 months. They tend to pay higher yields than fixed maturity bills. Oh, okay. But their short maturities can lead to a lower overall interest expense. Interesting. CMBs are generally meant for institutional investors because of the higher your. Ah, ding, ding, ding. Had a feeling. CMBs are generally meant for institutional investors because of the higher minimum investment requirement. Yeah, no, I'm poor. So, unlikely to be something for me, at least presently. Next, back to Treasury bills. Okay. Bills at a glance. Now issued in electric form only, matures in 4, 6, 8, 13, 17, 26, and 52 weeks. Also see the note above about cash management bills. Check. Saw that. Saw that very well. Explored that. Hit a wall. I'm too poor, but that's okay. Good to know. Interest rate. Fixed at auction. Really now. For a bill's interest is the difference between what you paid and the face value you got when the bill matures. See results of recent bill auctions and also see the undersigned pricing and interest rates. When the bill matures. Oh, really? That's actually doable. The minimum purchase is $100. And the bills. So there's no maximum purchase. There's minimum purchase. So I speak of $100. So it could be $100, $100, $300, $400, $500. Just $1 million. Who's got that? Someone does. Just as long as it ends with a 00, you're good to go. That's easy. That's easy math. Oh, there's a max. Wow, that's still pretty high. Okay, maximum purchase, 10 million. Non-competitive bid, 35% of offering amount. Competitive bid. Okay, kind of just depends on what's competitive or non-competitive. See buying a Treasury marketable security for information on types of bids. Auction frequency, every 4 weeks for 52-week bills. Weekly for 4, 6, 8, 13, 17, 26-week bills. No regular schedule for cash management bills. See the auction calendar for specific dates. Oh, okay. Taxes. For tax due on interest earned. No state or local tax. Now that's interesting. So, for sure you get taxed on, so you kind of have to pay that back. But if you're good with your taxes, that might work out if you already have a way to set up where you don't owe taxes. What that does to impact your tax refund different question, but that's something easily answered by a tax representative such as someone from HR Block or TurboTax or some other tax. Uh, actually, that's not a bad Google. TurboTax Treasury bill. I'm sure someone's already asked that. So that's how you report, but what is this saying? Interesting. Guide to investment bonds and taxes. Okay. Article summary. Bonds come in a variety of forms, such as corporate bonds, municipal bonds, and U.S. Treasury bonds. When you purchase a bond, you're essentially lending money to a company or government. Bonds typically pay a fixed amount of interest, usually paid twice per year. Interest from corporate bonds and U.S. Treasury bonds. Interest is typically taxable at the federal level. U.S. Treasuries are exempt from state and local income taxes. Most interest income earned on municipal bonds is exempt from federal income taxes. Overview. Are Treasury bonds taxable? Treasury bonds and other types of investment bonds are typically taxable, but there are some exceptions depending on the type of bond you're dealing with. If you're considering investing in bonds, here is what you need to know about how investment bonds are taxed and what you can do to manage your tax liability. Yes. Ding, ding, ding. Here is when we get to the recent shenanigans. So many recent shenanigans. New tax law changes. The one big beautiful bill that passed includes permanently extending tax cuts. Really? From the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act, including increasing the cap on the amount of state and local or sales tax, property tax, SALT, that you can deduct. Makes cuts to energy credits passed under the Inflation Reduction Act. Makes changes to taxes on tips and overtime for certain workers. Reforms Medicaid. Still afraid of losing my health insurance. That sucks. Increases the debt ceiling and reforms Pell Grants and student loans. I'm very happy I'm not having to deal with school right now and worrying about. I'm going to deal with Pell Grants in a while because I graduated with a BA a while ago. But thankfully, I am not in a position to worry about getting any new student loans currently. So, yay. Updates to this article are in process. Check our One Big Beautiful Bill article for more information. All right, so hard to say. Table of contents, stocks and bonds. What are investment bonds? Why invest in bonds? Okay. Key takeaways. Bonds come in a variety of forms, such as corporate bonds, municipal bonds, and U.S. Treasury bonds. When you purchase a bond, you're essentially lending money to a company or government. Bonds typically pay a fixed amount of interest, usually paid twice per year. Interest from corporate bonds and U.S. Treasury bonds. Interest is typically taxable at the federal level. U.S. Treasuries are exempt from state and local income. Most interest income earned on municipal bonds is exempt from federal income taxes. Stocks and bonds. When people talk about investing, the phrase stocks and bonds tends to come up a lot. But why exactly should you invest in either of these options? Understanding the basics of investing in bonds is an important part of getting started as an investor and choosing the best investments for yourself. Here is a guide to help you determine why you might invest in bonds, the types of bonds available, and what else you need to know about this crucial piece of an investment portfolio. What are investment bonds? I love TurboTax, including when you're doing your taxes. I love how clear they make your progress. Basically, if it's green, that's what you've done. If it's not green, that's still what you got to do. Oh, that's handy.
What are investment bonds? When you purchase a bond, you're essentially lending money to a company or government. Companies and governments issue bonds to raise money for business operations expansions or large infrastructure projects. Over the bond's term, you earn interest on the amount of the bond at an agreed upon rate. This rate is typically fixed for the life of the bond. It can change for some bonds. That fixed agreed upon interest rate is why bonds are also typically known as fixed income investments, because you get back a fixed amount. On most bonds' maturity date, you receive back the bond's par or face value. When a bond is first issued, the price you pay for the bond is usually its par value. For example, you might purchase a bond with a par value of 1,000 at a 4% interest rate, also known as its coupon rate. After a bond is issued, some investors can also sell it before its maturity date. At this point, the bond may sell at a premium or discount when an existing bond offers a higher coupon rate than the rate currently offered on new bonds. It typically trades above premium its par value on the secondary market and becomes a premium bond. When a bond offers a lower coupon rate than the rate currently offered on a bond, it typically trades below discount. Its par value becomes a discount bond. Why invest in bonds? Investing in bonds offers several advantages over other investments. First, they are a relatively safe investment compared to stocks because their value doesn't usually fluctuate as much as stock prices do. This is why they're a popular option for diversifying your investment portfolio. While bonds typically don't generate the big returns that investing in stocks may deliver, they can provide stability for your investment portfolio. Having a mix of both stocks and bonds can reduce your financial risk when the stock market fluctuates. Another advantage of investing in bonds is that they're predictable income stream. Uh, there is their predictable income stream. Because bonds pay a fixed amount of interest, typically paid twice per year, you can typically count on that income depending on the type of bond you're investing in. That income may even be tax-free. Of course, like other types of investments, there are some elements of risks when investing in bonds. While it's uncommon, the bond issuer can default on its bond obligations. When that happens, you can lose out on interest payments, not get your initial investment back, or both. Super tax tip. If you buy a bond when it's issued and hold it until maturity, you generally won't have a capital gain or loss. If you sell the bond before its maturity date, you'll typically have a capital gain or capital loss, depending on the selling price. Types of investment bonds. Bonds come in a variety of forms. Here are some of the most common categories. Corporate bonds. Companies, including well-known names like Apple, Walmart, ExxonMobil, and Pfizer, issue corporate bonds. Corporate bonds tend to offer higher interest rates than other types of bonds, but the risk of default is higher. To reduce the risk of losing money due to default, check out the credit ratings on corporate bonds issued by agencies like Standard & Poor's and Moody's. Corporate bonds that have a lower credit rating are known as high yield or junk bonds. Because the risk of issuer default is higher, the interest rate or yield is usually higher. Oh, that's annoying. So, bigger risk means bigger profit if it doesn't end up being zero. Municipal bonds. Municipal bonds, also known as muni bonds, are bonds issued by states, counties, cities, and other state and local government agencies. Municipal bonds are usually issued to pay for large capital projects such as building hospitals, schools, airports, bridges, highways, water treatment facilities, or power plants. U.S. Treasury bonds. The U.S. government issues these bonds, which are generally considered to be the safest investments. Hopefully still, I don't know. Because the default risk is lower than that of corporate bonds, they usually pay a lower interest rate. U.S. Treasury bonds are divided into three categories depending on their maturity. T-bills come in 4-week, 8-week, 13-week, 26-week, 52-week maturities. T-notes have maturities of 2, 3, 5, 7, or 10 years. Interesting. T-bonds mature in 30 years. Really? Oh, T-bills, T-notes, T-bonds. Gotcha. To invest in corporate municipal bonds, you typically must be a broker. You can buy treasury bonds directly from the US government through Treasury Direct without going through a broker. For some investors, selecting individual investment bonds can be intimidating. That's why many people choose to invest in bond mutual funds rather than individual bonds. Bond mutual funds hold a large number of bonds with a variety of maturity dates, interest rates, and credit ratings. This can make it much easier to diversify your bond portfolio because the fund invests in the bonds and you have an interest in a small amount of each bond within the fund rather than investing a large sum into a single bond. That does make more sense, huh? How are bonds taxed? Bonds are typically taxed in two ways: when you earn interest on the bond and any capital gain on the sale. Tax on interest. When you earn interest, the IRS expects you to report that income on your tax return. Whether or not that income is taxable depends on the type of bond you invest in. Good to know. That's why we came to TurboTax. The interest you earn on corporate bonds is generally always taxable. Okay. Most all interest income earned on municipal bonds is exempt. Really? Good to know. Most all interest income earned on municipal bonds is exempt from federal income taxes. When you buy many bonds issued by the state where you file state taxes, the interest you earn is usually also exempt from state income taxes. If you buy many bonds issued by another state, you'll still typically avoid federal taxes, but you'll likely be subject to state and probably local income taxes. Oh, really? One of my favorite things to do every year is figure out how can I potentially expand my tax refund. Oh, didn't realize that was a way to potentially expand my tax refund. Good to know. U.S. Treasuries are exempt from state and local income taxes, but are taxable at the federal level. Huh. Really? Okay, hold on. California. Municipal bonds. Google's on it. Schwab, Vanguard, Fidelity, BuyCaliforniaBonds.com, iShares, Nuveen, Morningstar. Here we go. State Treasurer's Office. Let's see. I don't like middlemen. Public Finance Division. Okay. The mission of the Public Finance Division is to effectively and efficiently manage the state's debt programs to minimize the state's borrowing costs. Ooh. What does the Public Finance Division do? The Public Finance Division, PDFD, manages the state's debt portfolio, overseeing the issuance of debt and monitors and services the state's outstanding debt. I forgot. I need to plug my phone in some kind of way. I guess I can't. Oh, boo. Okay. BRB. BRB. Okay, got my charger. I have a. We have some. I don't know if it's the same rooster or different roosters, but their clock's all kinds of wrong. Because they'll be roostering at 3 something in the morning, and now it's like, what, 4 something in the afternoon, and they just roostering away, just crack-a-doodle doing. All right. I hope someone's finding this interesting and helpful. I don't really know. Kyle, if I lost your interest, I understand. Ah, I'm just too good at one track minding it. Ah, so anyway, if you're interested in municipal bonds, you'd have to go and see what's going on with your state. So, like I did, just go ahead and put your state and then municipal bonds. In my case, state of California. All right, let me charge up. I'm just really curious if savings is what I want to do with PayPal savings, or if I instead want to just try and do some bond stuff. Or do I want to try to do some combination? That is a thought. Either way, the Public Finance Division PFE manages the state's debt portfolio, overseeing the issuance of debt and monitors and resists the state's outstanding debt. BFD handles the state of general obligation bonds, revenue bonds, including lease revenue, short-term notes, and commercial paper. PFD acts as agent for sale for revenue bonds issued by various financing authorities. PFD calculates and ensures the timely and accurate payment of debt service, principal, and interest, oversees ongoing tax compliance, and manages disclosure requirements. In addition, PFD administers the state's investor relations program by providing access to public financing information on the Treasurer's website and at buycaliforniabonds.com. Oh, handy. Really? Oh, good to know that is linked with government. Sometimes it's hard to tell with .coms. Bond sales, upcoming bond sales calendar, list of official statements, list of bond sale firm appointments, go bond, finance committee meeting agendas, and TEFRA or TEFRA, I'm not sure. Interesting. Okay, upcoming calendar. I wonder if any of that works with what my pay calendar typically is. All right, terms of use, etc. Okay. State of California. Bond offering. Sell date the 7th. Too early. That's interesting. 21st. 30th. Interesting. Okay. Veterans. Hey, I'm for that. It's just too early though. Let's see. This one is Public Works lease. Tax exempt. Oh. That's good to know. Okay. All right. This is too early, but it's still interesting from an educational standpoint. Offering disclaimer. The preliminary official statement is made available as public information. This does not constitute an offer to sell or a solicitation of an offer to buy, nor shall there be any sale of bonds by any person in any jurisdiction in which it is unlawful for such person to make such an offer, solicitation, or sale. Offers to sell bonds, solicitations of offers to buy bonds, and sales of bonds are not made by employees of the state of California. Please contact your broker, if you're interested in purchasing bonds. Really? No statement found on this website is incorporated by reference, so you would have to get a broker. Really, really, really. That is interesting. Bond link disclaimer. See, this is the kind of information I'm interested in know. So you would definitely have to get a broker. I feel like there is a high level of entry. if you need a broker. Okay, and then there's a disclaimer. Accepting that. Okay. So then you get some information. All right. So that's the amount. That's what it's for. The state, and then competitive. Okay. Do you know offering information? Request more information. Watch list. Okay, cool. Good to know. Okay. So then, referring to buycaliforniabonds.com, does this give any other information? Oh, okay, that is where I'm at. Okay, good to know. Okay, so University of California. Really? That's interesting. Does this just go to University of California? Yes. Really? Now that's interesting. Hmm. Huh. Okay. No currently listed bonds. No roadshows. Interesting. All right. So currently, interesting. Okay, cool. Bond offering. Request more information. Fill out a form. Interesting. JP Morgan. Contact. Oh, okay, okay. So effectively, you'd have to go to whatever financial you would want and contact them to try and. That's interesting. Are you an institutional or professional client? No. Deal making spotlight, key trends, driving growth in 2025. Is AI already impacting? Interesting, interesting. So, it seems like If one were to start with bonds, although the tax exempt status is not as good as it could be, it seems like the easiest way to get started with investing with bonds is to go ahead and get federal treasury bonds, or bills, I should say, because it's $100 that you could loan for just 4 weeks. And it seems you don't need anyone's help to be able to do that. You can just do that as a regular person. So that's interesting. Okay, so there will be a 4-week coming up. But it would be on the 9th. So for this month, that'd be too early to do anything about. But it's something that could be interesting to work into future. So for now, it's good to know that they have a separate section for bills versus notes versus bonds, but also tips and FRNs, which there's nothing currently available for those two classes. Okay, cool. So then question becomes, what led us to this about the interest? A 6-week is something that they have information about. And okay, here we go. So for the sake of information, there's an announcement, which is 6-week bill. Okay. So minimum bid amount, $100. Competitive bid rate increments. It has 2 on it. Let's see what it has for that. Must be expressed as a discount rate with 3 decimals in increments of 0.005%, e.g. 7.100%, 7.105%, FIMA up to 2,000 million, no, that's 3. So the point is, competitive bid rate increments doesn't appear to be as high as if that is the interest. That doesn't appear to be as high as the interest 5 months ago in the video that we were looking at. Still an interesting way to try to save, though. Let's see. Auction date was, or is, the auction date is coming up. When? The 7th of October. And it will be issued on the 9th of October. And it would reach maturity November the 20th. Huh. That's not a bad thing to try sometime. Not this particular one. That's too soon. But I could see trying to, a future one, trying to play around and see what happens. Because we're basically, I don't know if it's the best case or the worst case, but if you effectively save your money, is the idea. Safe as possible is the idea because it's the federal government. I mean, right now it's hard to say, but compared to everything else, it's still relatively the safest place to put your money. Whether or not you can get the highest interest, though, that is a good question. Hard to say on that one. And then when you do get interest back, then it's taxable on your federal taxes, but not on your local or state, which is a plus. So it's not as good as if you were to get a municipal bond, which is tax exempt, depending on the one you get, for both your federal and your state taxes, probably your local too. But on the other hand, you don't need a broker for sure to be able to get it. And it's a very low window of entry. All you need is at least $100 or some other increment of $100 and access to the website and at least 4 weeks where you can not have to worry about the money, which is not too bad. That's curious. I'm kind of interested in trying to do that. Huh. That could be fun. All right. In the meantime, I don't think that the interest is holding up. Hi, Renardina. I'm just talking about finance stuff. Boring money things. And things like treasury bonds. How are you doing today? Went off on a tangent. It's a fun tangent for me right now, considering I'm trying to stop being so poor, if I can help it. Already you said confused. Yourself? You're confused. Am I confusing? I mean, I typically am, so I do apologize. I've been doing the stream for almost an hour and 40 minutes, so if you just walked in, I understand what the confusion is about. It didn't start off talking about money, it just kind of ended up there. Okay, here, maybe this will add a little more clarity. We were talking about PS5s, and I was talking about savings options. And then Kyle was talking about, I was talking about PayPal savings, and Kyle was saying he doesn't have Cash App. And so I was looking for Cash App savings, and instead I got suggested, well, among things about Cash App savings, I also got suggested this video, and I'm like, oh, that's interesting. But then the guy's talking about how it's really great interest, but I'm like, there's no way the interest is still that great because this was 5 months ago and a lot of things have happened since. And that's why I just spent like 20 minutes. Right, are you saying, seeing how neither one of us or anyone else in the chat knows about money, the best thing to talk about. talk to someone that knows about me. Yeah, that's what I was just covering. Stuff about people. What do you think I was just doing? Reading. I was reading. I was learning. The, look, a video.
If you're holding cash as a stock market investor, or maybe you're holding cash in an emergency fund, or maybe you have cash because you're saving up for something. If that's the case, then this information is going to be very important for you. So let me ask you, ideally, what do you want for your cash position? I mean, you want your cash to earn a high interest rate, right? You want your cash to be safe, and you don't want your cash to be locked up, like in a CD. And you don't want to, I mean, you want to minimize hassles. Like, you don't want to open up a bank account because you have better things to do in your life. So minimal hassles, right? Now, with that being said, I want to show you something that may help.
He may be scammy. That's very possible. Everybody's some kind of scammy. Still, I like learning information that makes sense. I don't think the interest rate applies anymore. The 4.3%, I just looked it up from the Treasury Department's website. That doesn't seem like that applies anymore. If it did 5 months ago, I don't know. I don't have a time machine. And I don't feel like doing the Wayback Machine. But as far as the right now, that doesn't seem like that still holds. But that still is the fact is, what I can say is, it's interesting to try and invest in bonds. Even if I don't get any interest, it's still a place where I could put money somewhere so my dopey self doesn't spend money that I shouldn't be spending. And I think that's cool because I do that too much. Okay.
And I personally do this, and I just want you to know, I'll be crystal clear about this. This video is not sponsored. So I just want to educate and help people. So ideally, with the cash that you have, you would just buy short-term treasuries from the US government. Now, I'll tell you, just stay with me here and hear me out. So you can lend money to the US federal government for a short period of time. So the US government sells treasury bills with a duration of 1 month, 2 months, 3 months. And of course, these T-bills, they're going to pay you interest, right? And
Oh, and hey, Dina, you missed my computer sciencey live that I did first thing today. But you didn't miss any coding or any thinking of coding or planning for coding. All I was doing was introducing the topic of the project that I will be coding and or working on figuring out the how to try and do things before I start coding. So I don't know if I'm gonna feel like doing more of that today or if I'll feel more like do more of that tomorrow or like in the future day in the future. Either way, I was surprised you missed it. But thankfully you didn't miss any coding. So you don't have to worry about missing anything with coding because I didn't get a chance to do anything like that. Because I was too busy worrying about YouTube tripping.
These are safe because it's the US federal government. The risk of default is basically zero because they have money printers. And right now, the interest rates of...
No, it doesn't. I know it doesn't. It's silly, Dina. Of course your life does not rotate around this. Ugh. Technically speaking, my life is rotating around this. That's the only life that's really rotating around this. Mine, yeah. Because it's called, I need something to do. I got done with school and now I'm like, but I still need to do something. So what can I do? YouTube? Okay. Don't be silly. You're silly.
Bills are high, relatively high. They're above 4%. So if you have spare cash, you should just park your money in T-bills. But if you're going to say, I don't know how to do that and I don't want to learn how to do that, then I'll tell you that you don't have to learn how to do that because there's an ETF on the stock market that does this for you. So essentially what I'm saying is that there's an easy and convenient way to park your cash in short-term treasuries on the stock market. So you buy the ETF just like a stock, and then the ETF puts your money into short-term treasury bills. And then you get paid the interest every month. It's paid in the form of a dividend. And
Hold on. Now that's interesting. What I was able to look up was if you were to go ahead and go to the US Treasury's form of buying a treasury bond. But this is interesting in the sense that really ETF. Huh. All right. Back to my computer. Really? That is interesting. Monthly interest? Huh. I feel like the fees would kind of like cancel out whatever interest you might have gotten. So it doesn't seem like that would be the way to do it. But it's worth a Google. Okay, let's see. ETF, you say? An ETF versus an index fund. See, that's the thing I've always been interested in was index funds. Oh. Thank you, Nerd Wallet. I do enjoy some Nerd Wallet time. Let's do that. I'm definitely a nerd. Hello. Here we go. ETF versus index fund. The key differences. Exchange traded funds and index funds are great for new investors and experts alike, but there are a few differences to note before you start investing. Really. Advertising. Sponsored content. Not me, them. Read an overview of this article. AI. The main difference. The primary difference between an ETF and an index fund is how they are traded. ETFs can be traded throughout the day during normal market hours, much like stocks. Index funds can only be traded after the market closes at a set trading price. Really now. Other differences to note. ETFs may have lower investment minimums compared with index funds. Oh, for me, who's per chick lady, that's not necessarily a bad thing. So I already know that if I were to just get a treasury bond straight from the treasury bond website, it's $100 minimum. So that would be the thing to beat. ETFs are typically more tax efficient when it comes to capital gains. Do I need to worry about those? Probably not. The cost of owning an ETF or index fund may differ because there are commission fees, transaction fees, and the bid-ask spread. Yeah, right? That's what I was thinking. Is it the fees are big enough to cancel out the interest gained or put it in the red? It doesn't make much sense to do. What they have in common, both ETFs and index funds offer instant diversification. Not a bad idea. Index funds and ETFs are both passively managed funds, which makes them low cost for investors. Great. The passive part and the low cost is yay. Compared with actively managed mutual funds, ETFs and index funds generally provide stronger returns in the long term. Really. Choose your next step. How to invest in ETFs, how to invest in index funds. The main difference between ETFs and index funds is that ETFs can be traded throughout the day like stocks, while index funds can be bought and sold only for the price set at the end of the trading day. For long-term investors, this issue isn't of much concern. Buyers selling at noon or 4 p.m. will likely have little impact on the value of the investment in 20 years. However, if you're interested in intraday trading, ETFs may better suit your needs. They can be traded like stocks, yet investors can still reap the benefits of diversification. It kind of makes sense to have like a strategy that involves both long-term and intraday trading. And index. Honestly, just some combination makes sense. All right. Hello. Privacy. Okay. ETFs versus index funds at a glance. Minimum investment. ETFs generally have lower investment minimums. Capital gains taxes. ETFs are typically more tax efficient. Costs. ETFs and index funds can have differing fees outside of their expense ratios. Similarities. Diversification. Both ETFs and index funds can help you create a well-diversified portfolio. Passively managed. Both funds are based on index and generally low cost returns. Both funds have strong long-term returns compared with actively managed funds. Differences between okay. Difference between ETFs and index funds. Outside of when they can be traded, ETFs and index funds have a few more key differences to know about before deciding which one may fit your investment needs. 1. The minimum investment required. In many cases, ETFs will have a lower minimum investment than index funds. Most of the time, all it takes to invest in an ETF is the amount needed to buy a single share. Some brokers even offer fractional shares. Ooh. But for index funds, brokers often put minimums in place that might be quite a bit higher than a typical share price. If you have only a small amount to invest, consider it not wrong. That is called, yep, that's me. If you have only a small amount to invest, consider ETF with a share price you can afford, or an index fund that has no minimum investment. Okay, such a thing just as a no minimum investment. That's good to know. 2. The capital gains taxes you'll pay. ETFs are more tax efficient than index funds by nature, that thanks to the way they're structured. When you sell ETF, you're typically selling it to another investor who's buying it, and the cash is coming directly from them. Capital gains taxes on the sale are yours and yours alone to pay. That's helpful, yeah. To get cash out of an index fund, you technically To get cash out of an index fund, you technically must redeem it from the fund manager. Oh, that's annoying. Who will have To get cash out of an index fund, you technically must redeem it from the fund manager, who will then have to sell securities and generate the cash to pay you. Oh no. When the sale is for gain, the net gains are passed to every investor with shares in the fund, meaning you could owe capital gains taxes without ever selling a single share. What? This happens less frequently with index funds than with actively managed mutual funds, where buying and selling occur more regularly. But from a tax perspective, ETFs generally have the upper hand over index funds. Okay. So one of my goals is to keep my taxes not screwed. I like not having to. I like that I don't have to owe the government. That's yay, love that. B, I like knowing I have a tax refund to look forward to. So for me, a ETF sounds like a thing to try. And whether or not I would want to add a treasury bill directly from the Treasury Department in addition to that, that remains to be seen. kind of depends on how long you can have the ETF. Like how long, this day by day, right? Okay, so that's doable maybe. Okay, 3, the cost of owning them. Both ETFs and index funds can be very cheap to own. From an expense ratio perspective, you can easily find funds that cost less than 0.05% of your investment per year. Another cost to look for is trading commissions. If the broker does charge a commission for trades, you'll pay a flat fee every time you buy or sell an ETF. Oof, which could eat into the returns if you're trading regularly. True. But some index funds also come with transaction fees when you buy or sell, so compare costs before you choose either. When buying ETFs, you'll also incur costs. Really? When buying ETFs, you'll also incur costs called the bid-ask spread, which you won't see when. However, this expense is usually very small if you're buying high volume broad market ETFs. I wouldn't be. In the end, at least not at first, in the end, index funds and ETFs are both low cost options compared with most actively managed mutual funds. To decide between ETFs and index funds, specifically compare each fund's expense ratio. First and foremost, since that's an ongoing cost you pay the entire time you hold the investment. Oof. It's also wise to check out the commissions you'll pay to buy or sell the investment, though those fees are usually less important unless you're buying and selling often. Good to know. So to avoid fees, it seems like the better bet is just to get the bill through the Treasury Department. And then you cut out those additional, assuming there's no other ones. It seems like I would have seen something that talked about. No. It does seem like a middleman thing. Similarities between index funds and ETFs. ETFs and index funds both bundle many individual investments, such as stocks or bonds, into a single investment. And they've become a popular choice for investors for several shared reasons. Diversification. That's true. That is, One, diversification. Both index funds and ETFs can help you create a well-diversified portfolio. For example, an ETF based on the S&P 500 will give you exposure to hundreds of the country's largest companies. See a few S&P 500 ETFs here. Okay. Top S&P 500 ETFs for October 25. IVV, VOO, and more. Huh? Yeah. These S&P 500 ETFs all track the index. There are some small differences that may impact which one you buy. Nerdy takeaways: IVV, VOO, and SPY are among the most popular S&P 500 ETFs. These three S&P 500 ETFs are quite similar, but may sometimes diverge in terms of costs or daily returns. Investors generally only need one S&P 500 ETF. Really? Okay. Over the long term, it's incredibly difficult to assemble a portfolio that outperforms the S&P 500, which has delivered average annual returns of about 10% over a nearly 90-year period. What's more, buying an S&P 500 ETF for exchange traded fund is an easy way for investors to buy a big slice of the market for a relatively small price. And while most S&P 500 ETFs are composed of the same investments, there are some differences you should know before making a selection between them. What's the best S&P 500 ETF? If you search for S&P 500 ETFs, you may come across dozens of funds. Just because S&P 500 is in a fund's name doesn't necessarily mean it tracks the index as a whole. Rather, many of these ETFs track subcomponents, say value or growth stocks within the broader index. But you won't have to wade through a ton of options to decide on an ETF that tracks the performance of the S&P 500 index as a whole. The following funds track the entirety of the index. Oh, so those are the tickers. Gotcha. iShares Core S&P 500 ETF, which is an IVV. Annualized 5-year return. 5 years. 16.43% with an expense ratio of 0.03%. That's low. Vanguard S&P 500 ETF. VO. Okay, so that's VO. 16.43%. 0.03% expense ratio. Not bad. Okay. SPDR S&P 500 ETF Trust SPY at 16.36%, which is lower and had a higher expense ratio of 0.095%. Source Morningstar data is current as of October 1st, 2025, and is for informational purpose only. If you're looking to invest in any of these ETFs, you'll first need to open a brokerage account if you haven't done that yet. Interesting. Shopping for a brokerage. See our list of the best brokers for ETF investing. Middleman. Boo. Again, I'm just kind of like, I'm not married to the idea. I would like to see how treasury bills work. And it seems like the best gateway of entry for that is to just go to the Treasury website and just buy one for at auction. But I also know if you don't want to deal with the BS having to deal with auctions, that's when you got to pay the money. So I guess it just depends on what makes more sense for your situation. If you have time to play the auction game, save some money. Auctions. About auctions. About auctions. We saw the U.S. Treasury marketable securities for auctions. In 2024, we held 440 public auctions and issued about 28.5% trillion in Treasury marketable securities. Treasury marketable securities includes bills, notes, bonds, Treasury inflation protected securities. Really. And floating rate notes. Friends. What makes them marketable is that you can sell or transfer them before they mature. Treasury marketable securities differ from U.S. savings bonds in two ways. Okay. You buy savings bonds without an auction. You can't sell or transfer savings bonds. Really? So if you don't want to F around and wait for an auction, savings bonds would work. Oh, simple. Thank you. More of that. Okay. When you buy a U.S. savings bond, you lend money to the U.S. government. In turn, the government agrees to pay that much money back later, plus additional money interest. Yes, the state of things, who really knows? But considering everything, it's still a safer bet than a lot of the other crap going on. Like if you were to get a municipal bond or a corporate bond or the stock market at large. This is weird. This is a weird system. I don't know why we have this system. All right, you can buy two types of U.S. savings bonds. EE bonds, guaranteed to double in value in 20 years. Earned a fixed rate of interest, current rate 2.7%. For EE bonds issued May 1st, 2025 to October 31st, 2025. Electronic only. Keep them safe in your Treasury direct account. Buy for any amount from $25. Ooh. That just got interesting. That is an annoying amount of time to have to wait, but $25 is downright reasonable. Maximum purchase each calendar year, $10,000. Can cash in after 1 year, but if you cash before 5 years, you lose 3 months of interest. Now, older EE bonds may be different from the ones we sell today. Okay, more about EE bonds. Series EE savings bonds are a low risk. Yay. Way to save money. They earn interest regularly for 30 years. Boo. Or until you cash them if you do that before 30 years. Probably very likely. For EE bonds you buy now, we guarantee that the bond will double in value in 20 years, even if we have to add money at 20 years to make that happen. I don't know if the guarantee matters at all right now, but wishful thinking says hopefully. Current interest rate, Series EE savings bonds 2.7%. For EE bonds issued between May 1st, 2025 and October 31st, 2025 inclusive. EE bonds at a glance. Electronic paper or paper. New EE bonds are electronic only. You must have a Treasury Direct account to buy and manage new EE bonds. You may own a paper EE bond that we issued between 1980 and 2012. Some paper EE bonds that we sold between 2001 and 2011 say Patriot Bond on them. They were a special edition to fund anti-terrorism. Everything about EE bonds applies to these Patriot bonds. How does an EE bond for sell today earn interest? EE bonds earn interest monthly. Really? Interest is compounded semi-annually, meaning that every 6 months we apply the bond's interest rate to a new principal. That's not bad. The new principal is the sum of the prior principal and the interest earned in the previous 6 months. Thus, your bond's value grows both because it earns interest and because the principal gets bigger. Since May 2005, new EE bonds earn a fixed rate of interest that is set when you buy the bond. They earn that interest for the first 20 years. We may adjust the rate for the way they earn interest after 20 years. For early EE bonds, rules concerning interest may have varied. See more about interest for EE bonds that we issued within those time periods. How long does an EE bond earn interest? 30 years, unless you cash it out before then. When do I get the interest on my EE bond? With a Series EE bond, you wait to get all the money until you cash in the bond. Electronic EE bonds. We pay automatically when the bond matures if you haven't cashed it before then. Paper EE bonds. You must submit the paper bond to cash it. Can I cash it before 30 years? You can cash in, redeem your EE bond after 12 months. Really? However, if you cash in the bond in less than 5 years, you lose that last 3 months of interest. For example, if you cash the bond after 18 months, you get the first 15 months of interest. That's not bad. How do I find the value of my EE savings bond? If you have an electronic EE bond, you can see what it's worth in your Treasury Direct account. To see what your paper EE bond is worth, use our savings bond calculator. Must I pay tax on what the bond earns? Federal income tax? Yes. State and local income tax? No. For a state gift and excess taxes, state or inheritance taxes? Yes. You choose whether to report each year's earnings or wait to report all the earnings when you get the money for the bond. If you use the money for qualified higher education expenses, you may not have to pay tax on your earnings. Oh, really? Interesting. See more on tax information or E and 1, I think, or I, it could be I. Savings bonds. Using savings bonds for higher education. Really? Curious. That's curious. I'm curious. Savings bonds, using bonds for higher education, using bonds for... Normally, the interest you earn on savings bonds becomes part of the gross income for tax purposes. Under certain conditions, though, you can avoid taxes on interest by using it to pay for higher education. Really? Which savings bonds qualify? What other restrictions apply? Where do I find more information? How do I get the tax exclusion? Series EE or I savings bonds issued after 1989, they must be registered with you as the owner. If you are married, they must be registered with you and your spouse as owners. Important. Note the age restriction in the next section. The owner of the bond must be 24 years or older when the bond is issued. Therefore, a bond registered with a child as the owner will not qualify even. I was wondering. I'm like, I do have a niece and nephews, and this could potentially be a good way to try to help fund their education, assuming that's still a thing that happens in the future by the time they get to that age, and if it's something they're interested in. But that looks like no. Therefore, a bond registered with a child as owner will not qualify even years later when the child is ready for college. If you want to buy savings bonds to later get this tax exclusion for a child's higher education, you must register the bonds with yourself and your spouse as owners. Okay. So it's in theory could still work potentially. Maybe. But if it's your child, but if it's not your child, but a different person's child, will it still work? What other restrictions apply? You can take the tax exclusion if you meet all of these conditions. You are 24 years, or I do see PhD in my future at some point, so this could be helpful for that. And I still have to figure out the teaching credential thing. That's I'm not done with school yet. I don't think you were 24 years older before the bond was issued. Your modified adjusted gross income is less than the cutoff amount that the IRS sets for the year in which you want to take the exclusion. The cutoff amount may change each year. You can find the current cutoff amount in IRS Form 8815. You cash the qualifying savings bond in the same tax year for which you're claiming the exclusion. That makes sense. You pay qualified higher education expenses to an eligible institution that same tax year. The instructions that come with IRS Form 8815 explain both qualified expenses and eligible institution. They also tell you what records you must keep. The expenses were for yourself, your spouse, or someone you list as a dependent on your federal income tax return. You file your IRS tax return with any spouse except married, filing separately. Really? Okay. Where can I find more information? IRS Form 815 gives details and instructions. How do I get the tax exclusion? If you meet all the conditions, fill out IRS Form 8815 and submit it with your tax return. Huh. That's interesting. That is really handy to know for future studies that I will likely be having because I'm too crazy not to go to school. Huh. I at least want to get one doctorate, if not two. Whether it's computer science with specializing, no, I think that's what I would want is go in for a computer science degree, but spend my research on educational technology like I did with my research I did for my master's. That is definitely what I would like to do. And then maybe after that, go for education PhD. But for right now, I'm still taking a break from school. But that is interesting to know about savings bonds and how they could potentially get used. Wherein, even if you get interest back, but we're talking about 20 years to get the full interest. But there's still some interest that you could get on those months so that's not entirely bad. So, how do I, for Series E, buy EE or savings bonds, cash in Change information, which is considered a reissue. Find out what it's worth. Convert paper savings. Give saving bonds. There we go. How does that work? You can give saving bonds as gifts to anyone for any occasion. Really? New baby, birthday, wedding, graduation, anniversary, holiday. Thank you. New job, promotion, congratulations for something else. Wow, I'm going to be a very boring person and start giving savings bonds for birthdays. I love a good practical gift. And that seems great. New job, promotion, congratulations for something else, or for no special occasion at all. Just, here you go, savings bond. Don't spend it all in one place. Haha. Funny. All right. Deal with bond when the owner has died. Boo. Get help for a lost owner destroy savings bond. How can you? Okay, technically, I think that's just the paper one. Open a treasury direct account. See if you have uncashed bonds. Treasury hunt. Treasury hunt. Treasury hunt. Hilarious. We're here to help. It's like a treasure hunt, but kind of different. Okay, so buying savings bond. So there's an E and I. And it could be bought through a payroll savings plan. I'd rather not, though. I kind of like the way things are already set up. Okay, so a Series I savings bond has a higher interest. And it has a fixed rate attached to it of 1.1%. At 1.1%. Yeah, I said that right. I mean, it says 10, but the 0 is kind of just there to be there. For I bonds issued between May 1st, 2025 and October 31st, 2025. Really? Okay. That's kind of nice. What are the details, though? Anyway, so I can buy electronically, likely on this website, by making an account. That seems like the easiest thing to do. But not for money I'm trying to, like, actually use. More so, like, put it away for future sort of deal. I bonds. The interest rates on Series I savings bonds changes every 6 months. Based on inflation, the rate can go up. The rate can go down. Well, the way things are going right now, it's probably going to go up for a while. Assuming Treasury Direct stays a thing that exists, that's staffed. Who knows? Everything's such a crap show. The overall rate is calculated from a fixed rate and an inflation rate. The fixed rate never changes. The inflation rate is reset every 6 months, and therefore, so it's the overall rate. Okay, that's not too bad. Compare I savings bonds to E savings bonds. Compare I savings bonds to TIPS, Treasury Marketable Inflation Protection Security. TIPS is not currently available, so not much to. Okay, I do want to know about this, though. Comparing the two, I was interested to know. Okay, so yeah, definitely will have fixed versus who really knows. So in theory, if you're lucky, the I bonds will continue to have a higher interest. But if you're unlucky, you have a 1. So for 6 months, for 6 months, you for sure have a higher interest at an I bond than you do with an EE bond. But if you're unlucky and the interest goes down, then you have a lower. If you average out, then you're at the same. But if you're unlucky, you have a lower. So I wonder if it's such a thing where you can have the thing for 6 months, that you manage to get some kind of interest during those 6 months. And if it's better, then you keep at it. But if it's worse, you were like, okay, I'm just going to convert this to a EE bond. And I feel like that's a weird way to do it, but I don't know if there's anything saying you can't do it that way. How do the bonds earn interest? E-bonds you buy now have a fixed interest rate that you know when you buy the bond. The rate remains the same for at least the first 20 years. It may change after that for the last 10 of its 30 years. We guarantee that the value of your new EE bond at 20 years will be double what you paid for it. Whether or not that kept up with the inflation is the question. If you have an EE bond from before May 2005, it may be earning interest at a variable rate. See more at E bonds. I bonds earn a rate that can change every 6 months. The rate is a combination of a fixed interest rate. So, does the fixed interest rate also change every 6 months, or is that just considered the rate period? That's the question. Like, based on when you purchased the bond. An inflation rate that we calculate twice a year, November and May. We guarantee that the interest ratio of an I bond will never fall below 0. Good. I guess that's why they have the fixed interest rate. It could be 0. There's no guarantee. But at the very least, you're not losing money. You just get back what you put in. Well, technically speaking, if that's supposed to be, if the decision on how the inflation rate is based on the actual inflation, the only time you would end up with it going down to 0 is if inflation is not a problem, which means you should be okay. I mean, if things work how it seems like they were going for, who knows? How often do the bonds for L today earn interest? Both E and I savings bonds earn interest monthly. Oh, really? Interest is computed semi-annually, meaning that every 6 months we apply the bond's interest rate to a new principal value. The new principal is the sum of the prior principal and the interest earned in the previous 6 months. Thus, your bond's value grows both because it earns interest and because the principal value gets bigger. EE and I bonds earn interest until the first of these events. You cash in the bond or the bond matures, reaches the end of its 30-year term. If you cash in the bond before 5 years, you lose 3 months of interest. That's not bad. Like, if you cash in the bond in like the question is there a minimum amount of time you have to hold onto the bond to qualify to only lose 3 months of interest? That's the question. Because if it's like, okay, I had this for 6 months, it didn't work out, I had to cash it out fully, does that mean you still got does that mean you only get 3 months of interest? Or does that mean you would get the full amount of time, which is 20 years times 12? Or was it 30? Let's see. The question is it only for how long you had it for, minus 3 months? Or is it for how long you could have had it for, minus 3 months? Must I pay tax on what the bond earns? The tax regime is the same for either EE or I bonds. Federal income tax, yes. State or local tax, no. Federal, state, gift, and excess taxes, state taxes, or inheritance taxes, yes. So that's a crap gift. On the one hand, it's a good gift if it helps, like, with something, but then they have to pay taxes, so, like, additional taxes. So if you don't, like, make sure that the taxes are down, or if you don't like be like, well, I'm gonna go ahead and cover the taxes, so don't worry about that part. It's kind of a crap to give. For federal income tax, you choose whether to report earnings each year to wait to report all the or wait to report all of the earnings when the bond finishes earning interest, or when you cash it if you cash it before the end of its 30-year life. If you use the money for qualified hires, that is good to know. Because you may not have to pay tax on the earnings. Okay, we already saw that. U.S. savings bonds money for higher ticket. That's good to know. After the bonds are the bonds electric, blah blah blah. Okay, how much does the electric bond? Yeah, here we go. $25 to $10,000. Great. You can specify the amount to the penny. For example, you could buy an electronic bond for $50.23. Where do you keep the electronic bonds? On the website. What's the most I can Treasury Direct website? What's the most I can spend on EE or I bonds? 10,000. How soon can I cash? There we go. So there's no such thing as cashing out in 3 months. How soon can I cash in the bond? After 12 months. However, if you cash in the bond in less than 5 years, you lose the last 3 months of interest. Okay. For example, if you cash in the bond after 18 months, you get, right, so it is that one. So if you cashed it at 18 months, they say, well, that's well and good, but we're minusing 3 off of there. Okay, that's fair. Okay, so if you're in a situation where you're trying to save, not long term, but as long as you can in a small window of time, then you wouldn't want to get a savings bond, because you can't actually cash that until after a year. And you would instead want to get a treasury bill, because the least amount of time you can hold the treasury bill for is 4 weeks. But that means you would have to worry about dealing with the auction if you're trying to directly do it. But if you don't want to have to deal with the auction, it may behoove you to go ahead and get the EFT. So you don't have to deal with that crap, but then you have to pay extra for it, for service fees and stuff. Amber, you said very clean inside your nose, jokey face. Good, I'm glad that's still the case. I did wonder. Okay. Well, that was interesting. Okay, so there's at least a convenience factor in play when trying to get a treasury bill through a EFT. So it could be worth the fee, not having to F around with auctions. You're effectively paying for someone else to deal with that crap, which isn't necessarily a bad thing if you don't have time to deal with that crap. And me personally, I don't have time to deal with that kind of crap. Okay, so back to NerdWallet. You would need to include, in order to get an ETF, you have to open a brokerage account. Okay. Shopping for brokerage. See our list of the best brokers for ETF investing. Okay. Really? On your calendar, Dr. Whitney, raw follow-up starts in 10 minutes. And there's my phone. Okay, hold on. So, really, looking for Bitcoin or Ethereum ETFs. Most of the brokers below offer them. The exception is Vanguard, which is declined to offer them on its platform, which is a nerdy tip. And frankly, I appreciate that because personally, I think crypto is a big old scam. And that is a plus for me. It's like it shows they have some kind of principles when it comes to not being involved in scams. Not to say there aren't some other things that I might be scamming with. And personally, I'm still PO'd about Robinhood and the crap they pulled. 2020, 2021. That was a bunch of crap they pulled. Okay, VRB. Ooh. Oh, yeah. Okay. So, Ryan Randy said paper money is a scam too. Yes, Ryan Randy, I agree. This whole thing is a bunch of crap, but this is the thing. This is a dumb system we gotta deal with. I personally don't like it. I feel like we should try different things. I'm not in power, though. I did not make the game. This is a crap game. Only if you win, everybody else gets stuck in some kind of crap, and that's annoying. Bunch of annoying and sucky and terrible. I'm just tired of being a pain in the butt to my boyfriend. Already said screw the systems. Let's be hobos. Jokey face. I don't think I'd make it very long as a hobo, Ryan. Do you? Ugh. Okay. Take a little break.
from all of that, I'm just gonna do a recap real quick of what I was talking about earlier during my computer science live. So there's a project that I was interested in doing during my last semester of grad school, but I got voted out. We ended up going with a different thing. So I would like to help get the rust off, as I mentioned before, to just go ahead and work on this just so I can get back to something to do with being in practice, because I'm way out of practice. So these were the table of contents. There's some goals. They don't necessarily apply now. I would like to create a program to do some things, including using performing a K-shingling technique to build baskets. And I also want to code at least one frequency item set algorithm. Market basket model, a priori park, GNU, which is the PCY, or a multi-stage algorithm. And then I want to practice with Python, very likely for this part. C, sharp for the K-shingling and the item set, frequency item set algorithms, but for the plotting, Python, potentially C in addition to Python, C sharp in addition to Python. And then applying the running time for at least applying the running time for the frequent C item set algorithm. And then I want to play around with the doing the bloom filter. And then I'll probably do some other things. Because I want to start building my data structures and creating them using template design patterns. Or is there another thing I have in mind that I'm just confusing with template? I think it's template. So effectively I want to have create in C++ data structures that are general that I then can utilize for more specific things later down the road. So that's the idea of what I'd like to do. And I'll be putting things on my GitHub
and it'll be open source. What's my GitHub? I think it's Becky828. Hold on. I'm logging. I haven't logged in so long that I have to log in. Gee whiz. I haven't. I am looking forward to that's going. So I'm glad I got some guy in computer science live streaming today. I was very tempted to try and do golf, but I remembered all the times where I tried to do golf and ended up just doing golf. I'm like, no, let me not do that this time. Let me actually get some computer science time in. Okay, still in process of verification. I would love to join GitHub for education, but I don't think I qualify. Yo, I guess I am Becky828 because you already found me there. Oh, okay, cool. Well, that works. I'll follow you. Okay, cool. Sounds great. Randy said, oh, that would make too much sense. Yeah, unfortunately. I'm just Becky828. Just little frame. No, that's how I exist. Becky828. 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 So many things. Ryan Ardina. Like I said, my memory's kind of terrible. Ryan Ardina said, I am now following you on GitHub. I'm hitting refresh until I see something new. Something new? Are you not able to see what I've already done and put on GitHub? Because I don't have anything new to show right now. I just have what was already there. I've never actually been in the position of talking about my GitHub, so I do have some things already from what I did for school. So it's not new, but it exists. It should all be public. I think you have to have money to be able to make it private. Well, that didn't work. That did not work. Oh, yeah, she sure did. I've been hearing. Hi, Cheer Addict 13. Taylor Swift dropped a new album in October. She sure did. Number 12. I'm curious if she's going to be stopping at 13. That is her number she loves. Hopefully not. People are speculating a lot to do. Like I hear they were saying one of the songs they think it's about Charlie XCX. Addict 13 said I love it with a orange heart. Awesome. Reiner, you said if people want their code to be private, then don't post it online. No, I hear you. I personally don't care. People can see what they want. Most people are not interested in looking about what I've done, so I don't usually have to worry about it. Chirag 13 said I went to go see the song listening at the. Oh, nice. Hopefully that was very fun. I've been hearing about it, and I was kind of tempted, but I don't really do movies by myself. But they were like, oh, it's going to be like a dance party kind of thing. I was like, whoa, that's so psyched. That's so fire. I love that. So how did it go? Were people up and dancing? I was saying dancing, but I don't know. Anyway, I feel like, oh yeah, everything's public. All my repositories are public. So check out what you'd like, Ryder Dina. But yeah, I'm gonna be doing new things there. Just gotta, keep working on it. I have 21 repositories. And don't expect things to not be broken, though. Okay. So, yeah, that was the idea. So, let me see. As far as trying to save money, I think for now, I'm going to keep doing what I'm doing. And potentially save some money that I could use toward dealing with the ETF. But if it makes fiscal sense to do an ETF sooner, that'd be an interesting thing to try out. And I'm not like discounting the idea of getting a regular savings bond. I just would have to plan that a little better because it'd be money I can't do anything with for at least a year. And for me, that's not helpful. What I need is something where I could put money for a small amount of time. I get some kind of interest on it and then use that money for stuff I need to use it for. That's more so what I need, which is why I was trying out the PayPal savings. One up top said, Becky, much love. I hope your night is great with the thumbs up. Thank you. Yeah, it's been good. I've just been able to chill at home today, which has been great. I'm very appreciative of Saturdays I can do that and Sundays I can do that. It's been not the trend lately, so pretty cool. Personally, if I have the money, I would get a savings bond, EE bond, and an I bond, and go for a ETF and go for an index fund. If I had the money, I would do all of them. When I'm top said, that's great. It's always good to just chill and relax. Agreed. I have a weird way of chilling that involves talking about stuff, but it kind of helps me because I kind of got ran over with my fantasies a few too many times over the last 2 years, especially. Like earlier, it kind of made sense because I was still in school and I wasn't really having the kind of time I needed to put into work. But since I graduated from grad school last year and it was still hitting walls, it got super frustrating. So this year, I'm trying to be a little more organized about all of that. One up top says, "What's an I bond?" Oh, sure. Here, here's a brief. U.S. Treasury bonds. They have two types. They have an EE and an I bond. I stands for inflation. So what happens is you have some fixed amount, which right now is 1.1%, plus some other interest that gets added to that. And effectively it stays the same for 6 months and then it gets reassessed. Whereas the EE bond is at a fixed rate. Currently that is at 2.70%. One up top said, "Congratulations on your graduation from grad school. It's such a blessing." With, what is that? Some of these, is that a handshake? It looks like a handshake. And a wave and a raise the roof emoji. Thank you. Yeah, it was a huge achievement. I'm glad I did it, even though I haven't figured out how to make that translate into dollars and cents. It still overall helped me get a lot more organized. I was like I am scatterbrained, which is why I need a good system. So I got a lot of practice in making good systems. Granted, it was for code, but now I've just kind of been applying it to life. But I'm looking forward to also getting back to using it for code. But yeah, if I had the money, I would figure out a way to get all of that. And throw in a municipal bond for good measure. As far as a corporate bond, there's nothing that I can really. Well, I could be a basic, and I could say I could see about getting a corporate bond for Walmart and a corporate bond for Amazon. But again, that depends on what's the minimum level of entry. With the savings bond, your minimum level of entry is $25, which is pretty good. And for the treasury bill, your minimum level of entry for that is $100. But with the treasury bill, you can get to it sooner. But the problem with the treasury bill versus the bond is you have to go through auction to be able to get a bill. Or you have to be signed up with an ETF that deals with treasury bills. Okay. On that note, it's a good opportunity to go back to the video.
This is called Why Don't You Use a Savings Account Anymore? Earn 4.3% instead. I don't know if that's actually a real number now. This was from 5 months ago. So I don't know if this is a real number now. It might have applied 5 months ago, but to my current research, that doesn't appear like that is a real number now.
It's yielding above 4%. So I want to show you. The ticker symbol is SGOV, so SGOV. And you can buy SGOV on Robinhood, on Webull, on Charles Schwab, or whatever brokerage that you have. So here's how it works. I just pulled up a 1-year chart of SGOV. And you're going to notice how the price goes up and down every month. So I want to tell you what's going on here. So let's say that you have some extra cash in your brokerage account and you want to earn interest on that cash. So let's say it's March 4th and you use your cash to purchase SGOV at $100.37. And then what's going to happen is that the price is going to creep up little by little until the end of the month. So here on March 31st, it's at $100.67. And then each month, they pay you a dividend. And then the price of SGOV will decrease by the amount of the dividend that they pay you. So in this case, for this month, it was at $100.67. They pay you a 32-cent dividend for the month, and then the price falls down to $100.35 on April 1st. And this cycle just repeats every month. So it goes up a little, they pay you a dividend, the price falls. It goes up a little, they pay you a dividend, and the price falls. And it just keeps on going on. So basically, they take your money, they invest it in short-term treasuries, and then you get the interest income as a dividend. But I do want to point out that not every month is going to be the same. So certain months, the dividend may be 35 cents. Other months, it may be 29 cents. It just depends on the interest rates on the T-bills. However, it's yielded 4.8% for the past 12 months, which is better than most savings accounts. And what's really cool is that you can just sell this SGOV whenever you need the cash.
Under Gavin Newsom, taxes, crime, and homelessness.
Yay. Don't you just love unskippable ads? Unskippable and unnextable, but at least this one you can go next.
Now, I want to be very clear about this. So this SGOV is not an investment. This is like a savings account. So don't have the expectation that this is going to make you rich. No. That's like expecting to get rich from interest income from your savings accounts. It's not going to happen. So with SGOV, you're simply earning some interest in the form of dividends on your cash. So this is perfect if you have cash and you're waiting for a dip in the stock market or a buying opportunity. You might as well put that cash into SGOV and earn a competitive yield as you wait. Or if your savings account is paying you close to nothing, then you can park your money in SGOV if it yields a better interest rate. And it's very important to understand that this is all based off the interest rates of short-term treasury bills. So once the Federal Reserve starts cutting interest rates, then the interest rates on short-term T-bills will go down.
Yeah, that's
and
what
then
I'm
this
thinking.
SGOV, it's going to yield a lesser amount. But in that scenario, interest rates for your savings accounts and new CDs will go down as well.
Yeah, true.
But for the time being, SGOV may be appealing to you. If so, then
5 months ago. 5 months ago. 5 months ago.
happy to have brought this to your attention. And I just want you to be aware that SGOV is not the only ETF that does this for T-bills. So there are competitors out there that offer something similar. But I want to give you a quick fact sheet on SGOV. The ticker on the stock market is SGOV. So SGOV is an iShares 0-3-month Treasury bond ETF, and it's managed by BlackRock. The objective of the fund is to track the 0-3-month Treasury Security Index. And the 12-month yield, the trailing yield, is 4.79% as of April of 2025. Now, I want to tell you about the pros and cons of SGov. We'll start with the pros. So the first pro is that, in my opinion, it's extremely low risk. So SGov only holds short-term U.S. Treasuries. So these are considered, obviously some of the most safest assets in the world. And two, and it's a solid yield for 2025. So as of right now, SGov is yielding around 4.8%, which is higher than most savings accounts or even CDs. And the third pro is the liquidity. So unlike a CD where your money is locked up, SGov trades in the stock market. You can sell it at any time during market hours. And the fourth pro is the monthly income. So the distributions, they're paid on a monthly basis. And another pro is that you get protection from interest rate risk. That's because, they only hold bonds that mature within 3 months. Because of that, SGov is barely affected
That's
by
helpful.
interest rate changes. So that makes it more stable, even in a rising or falling interest rate environments. And another big pro are the tax advantages. So interest income from U.S. Treasury securities is exempt from state and local income taxes by federal law.
That could be good.
Because SGov's distributions come entirely from interest on U.S. Treasuries, the distributions carry the same exemption. Okay, now let's go over the cons of SGov. So the first thing is that there's no FDIC insurance, but I don't want this to blow this one out of proportion, so I'm going to explain this one. Okay, so first of all, SGov is not a savings account. So if you're worried about bank failures or a banking collapse, you have to remember that this is not FDIC insured. However, in my opinion, this is still very low risk, but it's not technically risk-free. Okay, now I want to explain this to you. It's very important that you understand this.
Really?
So ETFs, they're legally structured to protect your assets. So SGov, yeah, it's managed by BlackRock, but your investments, like your cash in this, it's not a part of BlackRock's balance sheet.
Oh, that's helpful.
So let's just say, worst case scenario, BlackRock goes bankrupt, okay? Well, ETFs, they're required by law to keep fund assets separate from the company's assets.
Oh, that's good.
So if BlackRock goes under, the holdings, SGov's holdings, they're still going to be yours. And in this case, they're going to be treasury bills. So that's, again, very low risk. But in all fairness, I'll say that, yeah, if BlackRock did go bankrupt, then I'm sure there would be a hassle to get your money back. But, who are we kidding? If BlackRock goes bankrupt, then we're all going to have bigger problems. Now, the second con, which I touched upon, is the yield sensitivity. So if interest rates fall, then SGov's yield is going to decrease accordingly.
Yeah, we're probably there
The
already.
third con is that, of course, this requires a brokerage account. So if you don't have a stock
that's
market
irritating.
account, then you're going to need one because you get your money into SGov like buying a stock.
Like, that's irritating, but from what I have going on with my life, it's less irritating than having to figure out auctions. That seems like a load of nonsense I just don't have time to try and figure out. Running down calendars and stuff. Like, no thank you. I got enough of that going on already.
Now, if you don't have a brokerage account, but you want one to do something like this, then I'm going to leave a link for you down below to one where you get a sign-up bonus. Now, moving on to the next con. So I said this, and I'm just going to emphasize that this is...
Personally, I'd rather stick with one of the recommendations from NerdWallet. I just have more experience with dealing with NerdWallet and trust them more than this random dude. But it's still interesting to learn about things.
For long-term growth. So this isn't a growth investment. Your returns are almost entirely from interest. So the share price, it's designed to stay close to $100. So I'm telling you, don't expect big gains. That's not what this is for. This is more for short-term savings, basically a place to park your cash. And the last con,
which I'm looking for, just something that can potentially collect some interest while I'm waiting to pay a bill. Pretty much that.
Say is the fee. So the fee is 0.09% a year. So if your yield is 4.8%, then after the fee, then you're going to really yield 4.7%.
That's not too bad.
So in my opinion, it's not much, but I do want to give you full disclosure. That's basically what BlackRock charges to make money for providing this service.
So that's BlackRock. So the question is to see if anyone else, brokerage or whomever, like, is it just BlackRock or are there other options? It seems like only BlackRock, but that's why Google's the thing.
I don't even know that I personally have been parking my cash in SGov as I wait to buy the dips. So I hope that this has been helpful. I'm just trying to give you an edge with this knowledge. I know that many people didn't even know that these types of products existed and
I sure
were
did.
so easily accessible. So please subscribe. I thank you for the support, and I wish you a very nice day.
Oh,
Take
here.
care.
That looks interesting. You know? That looks interesting. Hold on. I want to know what his thoughts are on current developments. I want to know what he's presenting. That's the kind of stuff that I'm interested in.
That's weird.
Trying to figure out this money stuff. Oh boy. I do not like the topic. I think the whole thing is a bunch of crap. But I'm tired of being the short end of the stick. I don't need a real big end. I'm just tired of being subscribed. Sounds like a plan. Desperate. I don't like being desperate. That's not fun. I don't like it. All right, government shutdown 2025. What it means for your money. I thought I was in grad school to stop having to be desperate. I thought.
The federal government has shut down
Sure
because
did.
the politicians could not come to an agreement and pass a funding bill. On this channel, we focus on money-related aspects, so we're just going to stick to that topic
Sure.
when covering this government shutdown. But later in this video, I'm going to be covering what the politicians are arguing about, which is important to this discussion because we want to get a sense of how long the situation is going to go on for. Now, let's begin here. What gets shut down in a federal government shutdown? Essential services will continue. Programs like Social Security, Medicare, Medicaid, VA benefits remain funded. TSA is still going to be working. Federal courts are still going. But there's going to be things and services that will be closed. So we're talking about certain national parks, the SBA, and economic data collection and reports. Now, this is very important because the jobs reports are released the first Friday of each month. So the jobs reports was scheduled to be released tomorrow on Friday, October 3rd. However, because of the shutdown, the jobs report's going to be delayed until who knows when.
Does it matter?
The Department of Labor actually came up with a contingency plan in the event of a shutdown. Now, I want to show it to you. So here's what it says on page 9 of the plan. Agency activities that will cease during a lapse. The Bureau of Labor Statistics, or the BLS, will suspend all operations.
Convenient.
Economic data that are scheduled to be released during the lapse will not be released.
Convenient.
All active data collection activities for BLS surveys will cease.
Convenient.
So basically, in a nutshell, the jobs reports is going to be delayed. Now, the CPI inflation report was scheduled to be released on October 15th, but this one too. So this report's also in jeopardy of being delayed. And I want you to think about that. That's a big deal because the Federal Reserve is, you have to remember, they're being data dependent and making their interest rate decisions based on the jobs reports and the inflation reports.
Interesting.
Okay, so with that in mind, I just want to say that the next Federal Reserve meeting is going to take place on October 29th. So there's still time, there's still going to be time for these reports to be generated for them to review and make their decisions.
Just depends on how this
But
goes
of
for.
course, that's under the assumption that the politicians are going to come to an agreement, they're going to settle this and reopen the governments relatively quickly. Otherwise, if this thing drags out, then they're not going to produce the reports, and the Federal Reserve is going to have to make the decisions just in the dark.
I know.
Now, another issue is that the government was planning on announcing the Social Security cost of living adjustment on October 15th. But that's another thing. If the inflation report is delayed, then the cost of living adjustment announcement is going to be delayed as well. But I just
Wow.
want to be crystal clear about this. Beneficiaries are still going to get their cost of living adjustments on time for 2026. However, I'm just pointing out that it's going to be frustrating that people are going to have to wait longer to get the official amounts, to get the official announcements. Moving on, I want to show you this. I thought this was very important to know, especially if you're in the stock markets. What does a government shutdown mean for the stock markets? The stats show that a government shutdown does not have a big impact on the stock markets. I don't know if that's a good thing or a bad thing for you. Maybe some people are hoping that a government shutdown would scare the stock market, it would crash the stock market, and then you could buy the dip, create a buying opportunity, but that's not what history shows. You can see here when the shutdown started and when it ended, and how the stock market performed during the shutdown period. And you're going to see that the average performance during a shutdown was up 0.3%. The median performance was up 0.1%. So it's a fraction of a percent. It's not much impact.
Interesting. All the ads. Woo woo. Whew.
If you're a precious metals investor. Okay, when a government shuts down, I mean, obviously that's not a good look. That screams political instability and it hurts a country's currency. It's common that a US government shutdown weakens the US dollar, which, I mean, already it's having a terrible year. But if the dollar weakens even further because of this, that's going to be good for commodities. That's going to be good for gold and also for silver. But listen, in my opinion, we are in the middle of a monetary reset. We're in the middle of the great melt-up. My opinion is that cash is trash, and these shutdowns are just making the situation even worse for the US dollar. Moving on to the labor markets. Officials are saying that about 750,000 federal employees will be furloughed during the shutdown. Workers are going to be placed on leave without pay. However, these federal employees, they're still going to be paid retroactively. It's basically back pay once the shutdown is over because of the Government Employee Fair Treatment Act. So the CBO says that essential federal employees will have to work without pay during the shutdown. However, again, there's going to be back pay, for these employees. But when's the back pay going to be actually received? The law requires that employees be compensated on the earliest date possible after the government reopens, regardless of payroll schedules. However, I do want to point this out. I want to bring this to your attention. There's going to be exceptions. Members of Congress, so our senators, our politicians in the House of Representatives, they're still going to collect their paychecks during the shutdown, which is mandated under Article 1, Section 6 of the Constitution. Yeah, I mean, I just want to say that this seems unfair to the millions of federal employees that are going to be waiting for their paycheck. But I guess that's just my opinion. U.S. Postal Service employees are going to continue to receive paychecks because the USPS is a self-funded independent
that's
agency.
your plus. I was wondering about that. In
terms of how a government shutdown is going to affect the U.S. economy in general, it's going to be similar to its effect on the stock market. A shutdown is going to have minimal impact on the U.S. economy. Just think about it, because employees are going to get back pay. The government's going to spend what they would have spent. So again, minimal impact. Now, here's a very important question. How long is the government shutdown going to last? In the past 50 years, the average shutdown lasts about 8 days. However, as you can see, it can vary greatly. Maybe it'll last a few days, and maybe it's going to get resolved next week, or maybe it's going to drag out for quite some time. But I'll tell you, for certain topics or for certain questions, I have a strong opinion, and I share them with you. But for this one, I honestly don't have a strong opinion. I mean, you can tell me whether you think that this is going to resolve quickly or whether it's going to drag out. Okay, so here's the situation. The Republicans have a majority in the House of Representatives and in the Senate. So in the House of Representatives, to pass it, you just need a simple majority. So in the House of Representatives, there's no fight there. But in the Senate, this is where the problem is, because there are 100 seats in the Senate, and the Republicans have 53 of them. But in the Senate, it's not a simple majority. They need 60 votes to pass it. So in the Senate, the Republicans need to get some Democrats on board. I mean, they got to work together to pass the bill. So they voted on the funding bill, the CR, and it failed to get the 60 votes in the Senate. It was 55 to 45. So the parties are at a stalemate over various things, but it's mainly over healthcare subsidies.
I like.
But I'll tell you
like
this.
Having healthcare. Thank
The
you.
really sad part is that
Stupid.
this government funding bill is just a temporary extension for 7 weeks of funding.
Yeah.
So if they actually come to an agreement and reopen the government, the politicians, they're probably going to have this same exact battle in 7 weeks. I mean, how sad is that? Now, just for fun, I want to show you this poll about who's to blame for the government shutdown. Now, I want you to keep these two things in mind. So the first thing is that the Republicans control the House and the Senate, right? So they're the ones in charge. However, the Republicans want a temporary extension of the funding with no changes. So it's the Democrats that are the ones that want to repeal certain healthcare cuts. Their argument is that they're fighting for the people. They want to lower healthcare costs. However, they're the ones that are asking for changes. So this mayor's poll shows that 27% of the people.
I'm going to be real clear about this. The credits were something that was set up under the Obama administration. But that's the credits part. That's not the all of it. He's conflating the two things. It's two different things going on with healthcare. One is the cuts. They're trying to take. They did with the one big beautiful bill. They set up cuts that are supposed to take effect starting in 2026. That is going to kick a lot of people off of Medicaid. So that's one part of it. And the second part of it is the credits. The credits that were put under the Obama administration are coming up to an expiration date. So in order to continue the credits that have been in effect since the Obama administration, they need to agree to continue those credits. It's not a new thing. The thing that would be new is not having the credits anymore. That would be the new thing. So I fully disagree with clear value tax on that particular part.
Fighting for the people. They want to lower healthcare costs. However, they're the ones that are asking for changes.
So, no.
So this mayor's.
They are not the ones asking for changes. What they're trying to do is keep the status quo of everybody who is on Medicaid stays having Medicaid, and everybody who has health care gets to continue to have the credits that were allowed to them ever since the Obama administration.
Shows that 27% of the people blame the Democrats, 38% blame the Republicans, 31% blame both parties, and 4% say that they don't blame either party. Okay, so that's your update on the government shutdown. I'm sure that the comments are going to be just wonderful in this video. So I look forward to reading them. Thank you so much. Please subscribe, and I wish you a very nice day. Take care.
Okay, interesting. So that is cool. Good to know. Very cool information regarding the chat about diversifying. I could see myself getting a very low, like $25 savings bond, I, and a $25 EE savings bond, just to have it. I could see doing that. And I could see myself checking out EFT. But does it have to be BlackRock to be able to get USGov? Is it only BlackRock? So, all right, try that again. Currently, if you're looking at USGov, then this is what came up. $100.42%, which is not quite as bad. I mean, 5 months ago, it's pretty much on par with what was happening 5 months ago during that video. Okay, Reddit. How safe is USGov? Basic question. How safe is USGov compared to CD and money market accounts? Context. My retired parents moved a bunch of money from their credit union to Citi. I think they put some of into Citi CDs, which has a best of 4.65%. They are very conservative financially and don't really do investing, but are big savers. So hence my question of how safe or risky is USGov? In what circumstances would a holder in USGov lose principal? Someone put, there is virtually nothing safer. So then ITICVJO said USGov is not a money market fund, so it does not maintain dollar parity, but it does invest in similar assets as money market funds with a similar weighted average maturity. Money market funds try to always trade at parity. They trade at $1 regardless of interest rate changes, whereas USGov's value will trade at whatever the value of the underlying bond is. You have a couple traditional risks that come with all bond funds. Credit risk. If the U.S. government becomes unable to pay its short-term debts and term debts, the fund may lose value. Interest rate risk. If interest rates change, the fund may lose value. Sure. The interest rate risk is the main reason why you may see price fluctuations, since the types of bonds USGov holds are extremely short-term. At most 3 months. The effect of interest fluctuations will be very small typically and even out over time as the bonds mature and are replaced with new bonds. One way you lose principal is by buying the fund, seeing a significant interest rate increase, and then selling the fund on a short time scale, less than 1 to 3 months. Simply holding for a few additional months will alleviate this. So at the end of the day, it depends on how conservative they are. If you cannot stand to see their investment lose even a few pennies of value, then a money market is really the only answer that may be acceptable. If breaking the buck is a concern where maybe the government can't pay back its debts, then a CD or savings account with FDIC assurance may be the answer. In practice, USGov is extremely safe, maybe just ever slightly less so than a money market fund, and the situations that may cause it to lose value tend to be in the end of the world as we know it category. Haha. True, but I feel like we might be there, though. Unfortunately. But that being said, there's a lot other big problems that happen if we're in that category. Sir Glass said then a CD or a savings account with FDIC insurance may be the answer. What? If the USA can't pay its debt, how exactly is the FDIC going to function? Good question. I have that question too. Investing in treasures is safer than a FDIC insured account. One is backed by insurance that is backstopped by the full faith and credit of the USA. The other is the full faith and credit of the USA. If the USA defaults, every bank will be insolvent. Do you really think the FDIC, who is backed by the government that's in default, will be useful? Lots of pasta. Fun. Sad. Will every bank be insolvent, though? Admittedly, I'm getting pedantic, but having a bank plus US insurance intuitively does seem marginally safer than just it being US backed. Desperate law 7305, I had the same reaction as you, but I'm not sure that's quite right. If there were a short-term treasuries default due to e.g. Congress refusing to raise the debt ceiling, your bank would reasonably still be solvent. If your bank goes insolvent, the FDIC insurance fund itself may still be able to bail them out. But of course, all sorts of craziness would be happening, so I don't really know how to model that. Passive patience says the USA will continue to print dollars to devalue the currency, which makes the debt cheaper. Go read up on pre-Hitler Germany. Yeah. Gashapon Pond. Investors who owned the MMF's Reserve Primary Fund and Community Bankers U.S. Government Money Market Fund saw them break the buck and took haircuts on their investments. They never got that money back. The U.S. has never defaulted on short-term treasuries. Not sure how you think the commercial paper inside MMFs has slightly less credit risk than treasuries. Snoo Machines 9133. I get the underlying assets. The treasuries are safe. I was wondering if the structure of the ETF itself had anything to be concerned about. Like if something happened to BlackRock, would the ETFs be protected or get caught up? Finrod.org. That's interesting. McNuckle _ brewery. SCF holds U.S. Treasury bonds. It's as safe as anything you can get. What do you think banks invest in for the underlying assets of their CD and MM accounts? You might want to just look up the fund so you can understand it. But if tech crashes, won't it take everything with it? Who will have money to pay out as Gov wins? JC. ASCAP holds only short-term U.S. Treasury bills. They're backed by the U.S. government and its creditworthiness. They are considered virtually risk-free. You will get a higher rate for now since the rate is adjusted in tandem with the Federal Reserve rate adjustments than the city CD. I would probably put some in a CD, especially if they are comfortable with it, and some in SGov or similar money market fund. Bondino. Short-term T-bills. If SGov starts losing significant money, the money in your other accounts won't matter that much anymore either. True. Okay, lots of pasta. I'm trying to figure out if anyone recent had anything to say. Okay, not to me. Also positive. Everyone is going to say SGov is safe, which is true in the sense that you won't lose principal, but it isn't the safest in the long run. While the price of SGov won't ever meaningfully change, SGov's performance is tied to rates as they go up and down in almost real time, meaning long-term performance is unpredictable. I don't care. I don't care. That's called, if I'm interested in a long-term option, I will figure out a better long-term option. I don't care right now. Meaning long-term performance is unpredictable because you cannot predict what rates will be in months from now, let alone years. Alternatively, a long-duration treasury bond or bond fund could be considered safer in the long run because their returns are predictable in the long run. Individual bonds are more predictable than bond funds. If you buy a long-duration treasury bond, you know what the outcome will be if you hold for the duration of the bond. Sure, if you're in a position to be able to do that, that makes sense. I'm not currently, at least not in a big way. That makes sense right now. The same applies to a lesser extent with long duration bond funds, same as it would be if you bought ladders of long duration bonds over time. While the price of long duration bonds funds fluctuate more in the short term, the predictable interest compensates it in the long run. Your chances of losing money on a long duration treasury bond fund equals that of SGov if you hold it for long enough. That being the key part. TLDR, if you plan to hold money in SGov for a long duration, it's not as safe as long duration fund bond. Quote unquote safe in this context refers to predictability. And that's called no, I'm not planning on doing that with that. So great. The general rule is that the further your hold period is from the duration of the fund bond, the more unpredictable the result will be. Makes sense? Yep. Snoo Machines 9133. I'm a little concerned with the inability to hold the T-bills in their city count. This isn't a problem for me, as I have T-bills in auto roll ladders and Fidelity. Really. But I'm trying to minimize the changes they'd have to accept. Really, you could do that? That's good to know. Okay, another option. I like knowing about options. T-bills, auto roll ladders. Interesting. How does that work? And can I avoid auctions? That's my main question. I don't want to have to F around with auctions. I don't have time like that. If I need to do something other than what I'm already doing, is no thank you. I could barely keep up with my appointments. Okay, Fidelity. This service allows you to purchase eligible U.S. Treasury securities and CDs and arrange for the proceeds of the principal to be used to automatically purchase a new position that meets your criteria once your first position has reached maturity. The service is also available for certain eligible CD ladder strategies. Really? Eligible positions. Only Treasury auction securities, new issue CDs with a term of maturity of 5 years or less, and certain CD strategies are eligible for this service. Treasury inflation protected securities, IPs, cash management bills, CMB, inflation protected CDs, CDIPs or IFCDs, callable CDs, floating and adjustable rate CDs, and CD purchases exceeding $250,000 are all ineligible, as are all other fixed income instruments and all secondary treasury or CD securities. Secondary. Okay. Auto roll benefits. When your initial treasury and CD investments mature, this service will help you identify reinvestment options according to the terms of the auto roll service agreement. While it helps you reinvest maturing principal, it will not monitor your accounts or investment decisions. You still need to pay attention to the auto roll alerts so you can take appropriate action. Housing rule. After you accept the auto roll service agreement and subscribe to the Fidelity Alerts service for eligible U.S. Treasury and CD positions, select yes on auto roll option displayed on an order. Okay, but it looks like you could potentially have Fidelity to get your bond, which would still be trying to, well, assuming they don't force you to do the auction. Treasury, yes. If you are building a model CD ladder, you will be asked if you wish to utilize the auto roll service during the ladder construction process. If you select the auto roll service, it will apply to all CD positions in the ladder and will reinvest proceeds from all maturing CD positions in new issue CDs with maturities equal to the length of the ladder. The auto roll service requires that you subscribe to Fidelity Alerts, ending the auto roll service. What are the risks? Default risks. While your entire U.S. Treasury purchase is backed up by the full faith and credit of the U.S. government, the FDIC production of CDs is subject to FDIC limits. Bank failure risks at the bank from which you purchased your CD. That's your CD. So is this all about CDs? Individual bonds. Find bonds. There's Treasury. There's Treasury bonds. Treasuries are debt obligations issued and backed by the full faith of the credit of the U.S. government because they are considered to have low credit or default risk. They do not have lower yields relative to other bonds. Great. Minimum donation. So if you want to go through Fidelity, you have to pay at least $1,000. That's annoying. And they do have the 4-week available, but again, that's a higher level of entry if you go through Fidelity. Interesting. So for me, that wouldn't work too well. I am poor. I don't have $1,000 to give anybody. That's interesting. Okay, so EFT broker. That's a no for Fidelity. That is too high a level. Learn more about interactive. I like my privacy. Please stop messing with my stuff. That's definitely a no. That's definitely a no. All of these are no. Stop bothering me. Okay, great. Save custom settings. Yay. Get off of my back. Alright, what? Pricing trading services. Mutual funds, bonds, marketplace. No markups or built-in spreads. Bond search tool. Thank you for visiting, etc. Cancel. Yield to worst. Yield to worst. I wish I knew what that meant. Okay, that's global. U.S. Treasuries. Oh, that's a pain. Let's see. Short-term U.S. Okay, short-term CDs. I feel like there's no such thing as a short-term CD that is also not a whole lot of money. Oh, okay. So Synchrony, they have a $0 minimum deposit. And it's 6 months. Oh, that's interesting. Okay, so there doesn't seem to be anything. 8 months. Less than 6 months. Which is not necessarily a problem. Okay. Synchrony. Minimum deposit 15. Nope. Okay. So, lowest term with the lowest minimum deposit currently is Synchrony. So that's appealing to me. Does anything beat that? E-Trade, but it also has a lower percentage. Discover, same. Okay, what to consider before opening a CD? Choosing the right CD can help you grow your savings with confidence. Here's what to keep in mind. Compare APIs. Look for a competitive annual percentage yield to maximize your earnings over the CD term. Pick the right term. CDs range from a few months to several years. Choose a timeline that fits your goals. Longer terms usually mean higher rates. Check them in deposit. Make sure the CD fits your budget. Some require just $500 to get started, while others may need more. Understand early withdrawal penalties. Pulling out funds early can cost you. Know the penalties so you're not caught off guard. Look for FDIC or NCUA insurance only options. Insurance only open CDs at insured banks or credit unions to protect your money up to $250,000 per depositor. Know the renewal policy. Many CDs auto-renew at maturity. Mark your calendar or set reminders so you're not locked in again without meaning to. Explore flexible CD options. No penalty, bump up, or add-on CDs offer more flexibility than standard CDs. Look for features that work for your needs. You know what? That's what I would like. Something that's an add-on or a bump up. Okay. Okay. Bump up C. Okay, that's helpful. But I can't really do 24 months. Length of term. 3 months? That's more my kind of thing. Okay, this is interesting. I could see a 3 month, I could see a 6 month tops. So say by some miracle I have $500 that I could just put somewhere for those 3 months. I would effectively just have interesting. So the most I would be able to earn is $2. Okay, that's interesting. So say I instead had the 6 month and I put in $250 and I did that for the 6 months, then I would be earning potentially $5. Oh, they no longer are talking about what Chase has. They're happy to talk about Chase when it came to 3 months. But now they don't want to talk about Chase anymore. That was interesting. Okay, so CD might be an option. Weird. Okay, well, that's definitely food for thought. Definitely food for thought. Not gonna lie. A lot of good thinking. Okay, I'm happy it took a little time to explore some things I don't usually think about. Because again, I'm just done. I'm done of getting ran over with my finances. Okay, BRB.
Okay, nice. So, for the right now, it looks like my best bet is to stick with the PayPal savings. Okay, next up, we start off the stream with lunch, and now it's dinner time, so more eating. Was expecting such a eating focused eating show. I do not know what's going on, but this is really weird. Okay, cool. I gotta do some things. I have zero interest in messing with the life of a living being, but this is just ridiculous. Okay. Got a little too much going on. Okay. Alright. Just got to tidy up a bit. And then I will get dinner figured out. Thankfully, there's not too much to figure out. No cooking today. I'd rather spend that energy in other places. So ideally, I'd be in a situation where I'm not behind on my rent. And when I do get a tax refund, hi Lexi Bear, I would be able to put it towards something like a CD or a savings bond or a treasury bill or some combination. That'd be good. That'd be a good goal. How are you doing, Lexi Bear?
Hey. All right. That's better. There's just something that was too darn appealing. But I think I took care of it. We'll see. All right, next up. Dinner time. Let me get ready. I can't remember Eat and Chill live being long enough to do 2 meals, but here we are. All right, dinner's easy today. It's called What I Had Yesterday. Dry my hands. Yep. Just gotta remember to dry my hands. Yep. Okay. That's better. Okay. Well, with an adjustment. I had to make an adjustment because I ran out of what I had yesterday as far as the side. Okay, so these are just some hot wings from Albertsons. Which is Safeway. Alright. So today's Saturday. I had 3 of these yesterday. I think that was a good number. 2. Yeah, that way I can finish these off either honestly I think I have enough where I could have something for Sunday and Monday, which is good. That's actually really helpful. Okay, here we go. Because I kind of rather put my mind toward other things and not try to figure out what to do for dinner. Okay. Baked beans. Signature Select. As much as I love my Hawaiian bread, I'm trying to be a little more fiscally responsible. Plus, I've been having a lot of starches lately, so I'm trying to be a little more mindful of my health. Alright. So instead of potato salad, which I finished yesterday, doing some macaroni. I just remembered order matters. Before I add that on, I gotta microwave this right. Okay, so 1.5 minutes should work good. Okay. Use this. Ooh, yeah. I'm glad I could just stay at home today. But I am hoping everything's okay with the people who I would typically be working with on a Saturday. It's nice to get a break. But I hope you're alright though. Alright, here we go. Okay. Now I can add in macaroni salad. Treat it up because I didn't want to. Although I live by myself, I still don't think it's okay to have random germ time. Great. That's still enough macaroni salad to last tomorrow and Monday if need be. That's good. Woo. Definitely overdid it. Last time I ended up with the potato salad and the macaroni salad. All right. So after this stream, gonna get like a hour, I think, of dancing time in for Saturday dance break. Then I'll go out and still try and do the Jackbox Games time, but I don't know if John Boston's gonna be available. You know what? I could just do like a half hour. And then if I just do more Jackbox Games time, I think that's a fun thing to just work in. Especially now that I know some people may be interested in playing. Especially now that I can do that with not just YouTube, but with my TikTok and Twitch. Might come in. Might be fun. All right. Dinner time. BRB. So yeah, it's reasonable to plan that if somehow I am not having to scramble to figure out rent for January and/or February of 2026, then not all, but part of my refund could potentially go to trying to have a diversified portfolio of investment. That is reasonable. And if it doesn't work out, it doesn't work out, no worries. But there's just certain things I have in play right now that I would like to be able to focus on. And I need time to be able to focus on those things. But if something should change and things end up going better, then I could, recess. Okay. So I'm going to go take my medicine. And then eat dinner time. Sounds good.
Really? I'm kind of curious about this one. Okay, hold on. Why? Oh, okay. All right. I'm curious. So, this guy, clear value tax, says do this every payday. Payday routine, do these 4 things after getting paid. Okay. I'm curious.
There are 4 things that you must do after getting paid. In today's video, I'm going to walk you through my payday routine. So I'm going to show you what I do. I'm going to give you my secret sauce. This works for me. Copy what you like. If you disagree with something, then simply don't do it. Or ask me about it in the comments down below. I am at your service. I am here to help. Now let's start with this. Tell me if you feel the same way. Maybe you do, maybe you don't. I feel that payday is a great day. You check your bank account, the direct deposit hits, the money's there, and I know the feeling. It's like, thank God I needed that money.
Yeah.
But sadly, as the days go by, you watch your balance decrease and you try to survive until the next payday. It's stressful. I know how it is, but this can be fixed. So first, I'm going to do you this favor.
Okay.
I will not insult your intelligence.
Cool.
You already know the things that you should be doing. Putting away more money for retirement, investing your money, making your money work for you, building.
One thing I like about my job, well, right now I don't know how the heck it's working, but I do know that for a while, ever since I started being a visiting teacher, I've been able to invest something toward retirement. So yay for that part. So that money is off the table. That's for future me. Whenever I'm old and gray, if I am blessed enough to be there. But I'm still trying to figure out the before that part.
You already know the things that you should be doing. Putting away more money for retirement, investing your money, making your money work for you, building passive income streams, having an emergency fund. You already know this. I know that you know. But the cost of living is outrageous. Everything is so expensive. All these one-time expenses keep popping up every month. It's never ending. So it's difficult to do all these things that you know you should be doing. I get that. Okay, so let me share with you my payday routine so you can see how I build wealth. And then I'm going to give you some practical tips. Okay, so it's payday. Money comes in. It hits my bank account. Now, a lot of these pompous rich people on social media, they love to say, first thing you do is you pay yourself. I say, bullshit.
Okay.
I have bills to pay. I don't pay myself first. I pay my bills first.
Right.
So priority number 1, at least for me, is to pay your bills. So your mortgage, your rent, car payment, credit card bills, student loan payment, cell phone.
This is literally what I do. And I can't get past that part. And my bills are just too damn much. Randy said, what did one miss? I'm eating dinner. That's all. That's the only thing that's different. When I get done eating dinner, then I'm going to end the stream. And then it's going to be some Saturday dance break. And after that, I'm going to try to do some Jackbox Games time for a different stream after that. I already said after. Point is, hopefully you're available for that. That could be fun. We haven't done that in a while, and John Boston brought it up. He might be available, but it's been so long ago since he was at the start of the stream that he may not be interested today. But I think that's something I could just start working in, like, more regularly. Definitely more regularly than once every 6 to 7 months. So, Rhino just said don't end the stream. Go for the record of the longest stream. Oh no, I can't even, because the way YouTube works, I know this because I've been a audience for some of Daco's charity live streams, and they have a cap of 12 hours. So back when he used to do 24-hour live streams, effectively he would have to end the first stream just before 12 hours and then start a new stream. Either way, I have to end the stream because I don't want to, you call it? Well, I personally would like to end the stream because I like to keep those like this is eat and chill. This could be like whatever, but the dancing streams are technically the dancing streams. But then again, I could just rename this into a very long. You have a point. There's not the same scene. I couldn't call the Saturday dance break. I have been putting on different levels to my Saturday dance breaks. This could just be a very crazy long one. Yeah, that's a thought right, Nardina. We could try it.
Utilities, etc. Get those paid first. Okay, so these rich people and their acolytes, they say that you have to pay yourself first to build wealth. They're essentially saying that when you get your paycheck, the first thing you should do is set aside money to invest it, no exceptions. So for example, if your net paycheck each month is, let's just say $5,000, then the first thing you should do, according to them, is take 1,000 of that and put it into the stock market or go buy up real estate.
That's done.
Even if you end up not having enough money to pay your bills or your debt obligations, they're saying that it doesn't matter. No excuses. Pay yourself first and then figure out the math later.
That's done.
Okay, so I disagree with this approach. I pay my bills first, and here's why. Do you know what happens when you don't pay your mortgage?
You get fees out your ears.
You get foreclosed on, and they take your home.
Well, that too, yeah.
Do you know what happens when you don't pay your rents? You get evicted.
Yeah, bye.
Do you know what happens when you don't pay your credit card balance? You pay an interest rate of 20% or more. The reality is that not everyone has that luxury, having enough money from each paycheck to save and invest. That is the truth. I don't like it, but it's just the way it is.
Right, Nardina. That is not an option that is available to me. That is not an option that is available to me, right, Nardina. I have to deal with the reality that I live in, and that is not an option that's available to me, right, Nardina.
Again, this can be fixed. There is hope, and this must be fixed. So it's not something that people can immediately correct with their next paycheck, which is unrealistic, and I think it's disingenuous. But you can do it, which we'll get to. And here's something that will help you, I guarantee it. And this is what I do routinely each month. I review my income and my expenses for the month. I take it on a month-by-month basis. I do this on a spreadsheet, Microsoft Excel. I highly recommend that you do this too. I am telling you that this is a game changer. Okay, so when I do this, when you do this, your starting point will be your net paycheck. So that's going to be your take-home pay. So we're talking about after taxes, how much money actually hits your accounts each month. And I understand that your take-home pay will be affected by your 401k contributions, your insurance, taxes withheld, etc., right? So if that's what you're thinking, then you're absolutely right. I agree with you. But for the sake of simplicity, please just start with your monthly take-home pay.
Right, Nardina says gross. Don't use Microsoft Office. Use LibreOffice /open office. Okay, thank you, Nardina.
So this is what I have to work with after taxes. From here, I pay my bills first. So list out your necessary expenses. So we're talking about your mortgage, your rent, car payment, student loan payment. Write them down, please. Cell phone, internet, electricity, gas, groceries. So I'm not talking about DoorDash or Uber Eats or Starbucks. Those are not necessities. Those are convenience, but they are not necessary. So listen, I trust that you can distinguish between needs and wants for this category. Now, I look at my spreadsheet and
Well, lucky me. I don't do any of that electronically. It takes too damn long. But I do. I'm very good with my writing my expenses and my income on blank printer paper game. I am very expert mode on that. So I already keep track of all that crap. It's just a matter of I haven't had the money to actually deal like I need to be able to.
How much money I have left over after necessities?
None.
From here, we move on to priority number 2, which is setting aside money each month to invest. So I will take $500 a month and send it to my brokerage accounts to invest in stocks or put in my savings accounts and earn some interest. So this is my don't touch money.
Really?
I'm only using this money for investing or buying assets to increase my wealth. I will have this money in a separate brokerage accounts or savings accounts, no commingling. I will not mix
That's a
this
good
money with
idea.
any other money, simply because I want to.
Like, I actually totally agree. I was just thinking of that for trying to get the savings for myself. And yeah, like, I really do need to keep things separate because I don't want to, like, get mixed up and forget, oh, right, I need this for this other thing. Like, that just happened. I just got paid the end of September, and I kept forgetting that I had things to do. And I'm glad I had a little extra money to work with. Otherwise, I would have ended up in a position where I was like overdrawn for big enough or, long enough where I end up getting stuck with fees. So thankfully I didn't. But like, oh yeah, I'm a firm believer in try to just put something in somewhere that you won't touch and you have no chance of screwing up.
Organized. And it serves as a reminder, because they're separates, that I'm seriously not going to touch this money. This is for my financial safety and security. This is for my future. It's for building wealth.
What the heck is that? Like, I thought this was the grad school thing. I'm so disenchanted.
Pick an amount to set aside each month, and I revise this monthly amounts on an annual basis. My advice is don't be too aggressive with this amount. Make it something that's manageable for you, because you're going to need money for the other things that we haven't covered yet. So just try to do at least something if you're going to start, because something is better than nothing. If you have to start with $200 a month, then do it. If you have to start with just $50 a month, then just do it. Again, better than nothing. So just make it a practical and realistic amount. Now let's move on to priority number 3. After necessities and after investing, I set aside some money for something that I'm saving up for specifically. For example, I'm saving up for a car, or it could be a down payment on a home, a vacation, a new cell phone, etc. Or setting aside money to pay down your debts. I'm talking about your principal. So paying down debts on an auto loan, mortgage, student loans, credit card debt, etc. Now here, my advice is going to be the same. Make this monthly amount that you're going to save or reduce your debt a realistic amount. Even if you have to start with a small amount, anything is going to be better than nothing. Now, here's my priority number 4. With the remaining amount of money for the month, I say to myself, this is how much money that I can spend guilt-free for the month.
Ha! What's that? Pretty much priorities 2 through 4 is no. I don't know what that. All I know is 1. I've just been stuck on 1 for over near 20 years. I've been stuck with dealing with priority 1, and still haven't figured out how to really do that. The only problem with not switching streams is that some people may somehow or another they would have known if this was a Saturday dance break. I know not everybody, YouTube is bad about that apparently, but sometimes that's just the way the algorithm works. It tends to be more notice at the start than any other time. I think they have some kind of like timeout mechanism going on. But it could just be that people who do come in who's regulars, they just have an idea about when I'm usually doing things. I don't know. I guess I could play around with it though. No harm in trying it out. Okay. Even though I don't feel like I'm in a good position to invest and save, maybe if I just do a amount of money that doesn't feel like it would hurt too bad, maybe it's something to try. Okay, maybe. It's worth trying. I'm just so tired of this crap. So I couldn't help myself. I was over at the store yesterday, and since now it's October, I'm like, hey, let me try some pumpkin stuff. Right, you said, I think Becky needs to focus on herself and screw everyone else. And Dina says, start a new stream. No one really cares. Okay, right, you're the one who was saying, I'm so lost. Do you have a preference? Because you're the one who was saying to just make it one big stream.
I'm a little lost. Ryan, you said no. B will charge you for the 2 mouse clicks? Jokey face? Huh? What are you saying, Ryan or Dina? I'm missing something. No. But will charge you for the 2 mouse clicks? Oh. Why are you trying to charge me for... Flat? What? Press flat. No, press to release flat. Oh. Fun. What? I'm so confused. But cool. Okay, try that one. Ooh. Box engineering is interesting. They really do spend a lot of time coming up with packaging. Trying to make it as easy as possible for people. But I still see the easiest freaking... That'll be the easiest freaking packaging. Like the fruit stacks. And they have the little line. All you gotta do is find the line and do... But no, I still see little kids just... It's like you spent triple the work required. All you had to do was notice that there was a little tear already there and do this. But instead, you're spending 2 minutes going, oh, with your teeth. Okay. I just don't get it. People just really are just interested in doing what they're interested in doing. Even if it doesn't make any damn sense. Even if it's costing them time or money or whatever. I'm not immune to that. How does this thing work? But still, they do spend a lot of money. This is a new one. I have not seen this kind of opening up crap before, and I gotta say, I'm very lost. So I released the flap, or did I not release the flap? What more should I be doing? Did I not push it in the correct way? That smells so yummy. I want to eat it, but I'm so confused how to actually open this thing. Press to release flap. I thought I did that. What? Huh? Did I not press it correctly? It's fun trying to teach a 3-year-old or 4-year-old how to open their milk. It's way more fun when they actually learn how to do it. There's like no better high. Because it's very rare that you have that kind of learning experience where something you were totally mystified about. And then after less than a week, you can be a total expert about it. So much so that you're opening your neighbor's milk. Crazy. What is wrong with me? Aside from the usual. What am I missing? How now? What else was I supposed to be doing?
I know that they're talking about a flap that's here and a flap that's there that you should be able to push in and out to close again. Considering how many of them are in here, I'm not trying to break it. But this is driving me up the wall. What am I missing? I pressed. Then what is supposed to happen? Renner, you said you were supposed to eat the box too. Maybe a little extra starch. What? Huh? What? This. Renner said there's a tab right there alongside. I'm seeing I got this part. This part is to close again, to seal again. And there's nothing going on over here. I want donuts, please. Yummy. Press to release flap. Press to release. Press to release. Press to release. Release. Ah. Boo. Release. 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 I don't know. I'm confused. And itchy. I don't like it. Why? Why? Press to release flap. I am pressing. I'm pressing so much. Release the flap. Please get off the flap. What do I need to do here? Okay. Okay, there's a flap. I just had to work around. Gee whiz. Okay. Marnie says eat all of them. Title Life, Becky gains 100 pounds. Jokey face. No. Randy, yeah, I have no joke. I have a physical or otherwise physical doctor appointment at the end of this month. No, he would not like. Something tells me how to get lectured. I'm just hoping my cholesterol is okay still. Last time I was able to cut it down by going vegan some days a week, but I'm too poor. I can't do that right now. So my doctor would not approve. No, no. I don't know how much longer I'll have health care, but at least for right now, I do have it this month. Yes. Man, life is not pretty without health care. Let me just say. I don't want to get back to that, especially since I'm older now. And I kind of need it more than when I was in my 20s. Oh. There is something wrong with the engineering of this particular thing, or my brain, or both. Probably my brain. That's often an issue. Because if they're saying press and lift, then we got it. But just press by itself ain't it.
Here we go. So the serving size is, what was that again? 4. Yeah. 4. All right. Yeah, skipper. Oh, don't tell me there's more steps. Wow. What? I released the flaps. Now what? Come on. This is not easy access for me. I already said the doctor works for you, not the other way around. True. But you know what else? 100 pounds, ain't it? I was complaining to myself that I gained 8 pounds the other day. I mean, I gained them in a week, but still, I was complaining in a day. All right. Well, pretty much. Okay. Hello. What? What is the point of this? This is confusing me. Huh? What's the actual point of this? Oh. I guess you do have to pull that. And what was the point of... What? Whatever. Fail. I'm tired. I want to do this. Epic fail, I'm sure, but I'm tired. I want to do this. Screw this. They were being a little too smart. The real way to be smart is do it in a way that people can open it and actually use it and not have to go through donut holes. Yum. Three. Just like meatballs. Or I do not touch the food. When it's not food, I'm just expressly eating right then. Okay. Donuts, meat bag, and then this is going to go in the fridge. Ernie says, get crazy and eat 8. No. I got these with the express intention of eating 4 at a time. So this will last me all month. My butt is poor. How many times do I have to mention this one?
This is called weekend dessert. Okay, so technically speaking, I could probably invest really, really tiny little bit amount. And same thing with savings. But technically, the way my savings is, it's just to pay for future bills that are going to be happening. So it's not real savings. It's not savings that I'm planning on being able to just stay around a while. But it is to make it have an easier time so that when those bills come due, I already have the funds for it. Ryan just said food is free, just take it from homeless people. Chucky face. And Ryan just said, just kidding. Well, I do know it's been good. I got a chance to take a break from the food shelters. Or food shelters? What do you call that? Food banks, that's what you call those. Because my boyfriend's been very kind and generous about helping me with lunch and or dinners. But also, I just have like so much stuff in my freezer that I haven't done anything with. And the food bank I go to, you can't really choose what you get. So yeah. Because right now, they were seeing in local news that food banks are having, like, you're going to have a rough time because there's going to be a lot of families who are affected by the government shutdown that are now going to have to try to get some help. And they were already having issues since the start of the year, so.
My philosophy is that you have to live a little. I mean, take care of your responsibilities, but you have to enjoy your life.
Yeah.
At least I do. Spend it on fun, entertainment, convenience, go shopping, do whatever you want. Go nuts. And I'm not going to feel bad because I've taken care of my priorities, I'm building wealth, and I'm being responsible. But listen, don't get me wrong. I'm not trying to waste my money, not even in this category. I'm still trying to spend my money wisely. Like, if I'm going to spend my money on having fun, then I'm going to try to maximize, how much fun I have for the dollars that I spend. And if I happen to have money left over in this category, then maybe I'm going to roll it over into next month for my wants, or maybe I'm going to use that money to further pay down my debts, or maybe I'll use that money to invest it. You're going to be free to do as you please. That's how I see it. So those are the 4 things that I do after getting paid. So number 1, pay your bills. Number 2, invest. Number 3, save for something or pay down your debts. And number 4, have a good time. Now, I want to bring up what so many people are thinking. Brian, I don't make enough money to do all these things. Okay, so I'm glad we're bringing this up. So first of all, the reality is that for the majority of people, there's not much money left over, if any at all, after all the essential expenses. Cost of living has inflated faster.
Oh, I was wondering, like, I know, right? That looks like that's some kind of fight, but you're just like, oh, that's partying. Like, I don't really see how that's partying. it kind of looks like Rarity has said is the guy is that guy punching the other in the abs. Kind of seemed like they were in the middle of a confrontation, but he took it as if it was partying time. Like, that's a weird way to party.
Which is, and there's only so much in expenses that you can cut. Some people don't even spend money on entertainment or alcohol or designer clothes or a fancy car, and the math still doesn't work out.
Nope.
If you're in the situation, here are 2 pieces of advice. I hope this helps you out.
Hopefully.
So number 1, people are overly fixated on reducing expenses, and they neglect the other side of the equation. So what is the end goal? It's to be at a surplus, right? More money coming in than going out.
True.
So cutting expenses can only take you so far, because at a certain point, there's going to be nothing left to cut.
Okay.
So just like how you're mindful of cutting expenses and saving money like that, you need to also be mindful of how to make more money.
Okay.
So it's going to be like in sports. You can't just focus entirely.
Agreed. That's true. But how though? That's a big freaking question. I've been trying to figure that crap out for 20 years, close to. How do you make more money? Everything I thought would work has not. Quite often it's led to the opposite effect, which is more expenses.
Defense. You have to work on both defense and offense. There are going to be so many gurus on social media that'll lecture you about, oh, you should find a side hustle. Become a social media influencer, learn how to code, donate plasma, become a freelancer, try out dog walking. Listen, I'm not going to regurgitate that crap. If you don't want to do that stuff, I'm not going to make you feel bad about not doing it, okay? And I'm going to share with you one piece of advice that is practical and will give you the best bang for your buck in terms of your efforts and reward. My advice to you is find a higher paying job and, hear me out, the best time.
Okay, 1 year ago. 1 year ago. 1 year ago. That probably fully applied. This is probably super awesome, beautiful, wonderful advice when this video dropped.
To find a job is when you already have a job. So find yourself an upgrade. That's what I'm saying. So do you know when is the worst time to find a job? It's when you're unemployed, because you will be desperate and you will settle. And that's not a good...
I feel like Rainer Dina completely disagrees. Let me know, Rainer Dina. Do you think this guy's still scammy and piece of crap and just saying crappy things? Rainer Dina said I could say stop him being AOL, but shit will. And be back later. Alright then. I'm just gonna finish up this video. And then I'm gonna see what happens if I try to put dancing as just part of the stream. Rainer Dina is out. Alright.
At your interview, now is it? Just think about it. If you already have a job, you have nothing to lose. You can look for a new job that offers better pay, flexibility, benefits. And if you cannot secure a big upgrade, then screw it. You're not going to settle because you already have a job. So you can walk into the interview or the Zoom meeting relaxed and confident. And honestly, that'll probably help your odds of getting a job. And what's the worst that could happen? They don't offer you a job? Well, joke's going to be on them because you already have a job. And if an employer offers you an upgrade, then take it. Drop your old employer like a bad habit. There's no loyalty when you are an employee. So you can be courteous, you can be professional, but there's no loyalty. Your company will lay you off whenever it's convenient for them, and you should leave when it's convenient for you. Another way to play this is to take the new job offer and use that as leverage to get a pay raise at your current job. So you're basically telling your current employer, I got a new job offer for 30% more pay, match that or else. So you're basically giving an ultimatum.
That's
So
dumb.
with that being said, if you are employed,
This is so stupid. It was dumb 1 year ago, but it's especially dumb now.
how proactive have you been about finding an upgrade to make more money? How much time have you spent looking at job postings or working with a recruiter or networking? How current is your resume? How many jobs have you applied for last month? People spend more time casually looking at homes online or vacations to take, and they spend no time looking at job postings or sending
Because it's such a fucking bummer.
resumes when they have a job. So you should be more proactive here. I'm telling you, this is going to give you the best bang for your buck in terms of effort, time, and results. My piece of advice number 2 is to analyze your budget. So do the budgeting thing right out of your
That I can do. That I'm working on.
income and your expenses. See where your biggest financial leaks are. So trust me, this is going to be a game changer.
Not for me. It's rent. Hands down.
So I'll tell you this. This is like a secret that you'll stumble upon once you do this. It's usually one category that is out of control, that is your money pit. So it could be dining out, it could be alcohol, drugs, entertainment, shopping sprees, maybe it's your dog, maybe it's your significant other. So trust me, write down your expenses on a spreadsheet. You will see that it's one category that is killing you. A black hole that sucks
Rent.
your money and much more than you thought.
Rent. I don't like being homeless and I love having extra room to work with, but it's definitely rent.
So you're going to be shocked at your own spending in this category, the dollar figure. And why am I saying that's going to be one category in specific? It's because it's human nature. So I want to share this observation with you. So let's say that you're a rich person. So I'm not talking about uber rich, I'm not talking about a billionaire, but let's just say that you have a person that makes $1 million a year. And I deal with these clients all the time. They're a dime a dozen. So you're going to notice that this millionaire is spending excessively in typically one or two categories in their life. So let me explain. A millionaire will not spend their money on the most expensive car, the most expensive watch, high-end designer apparel, the most lavish vacations, a mansion, the most expensive tickets for sporting events. No, that's not how it is. It's usually just one or two categories where the spending is outrageous. So for example, I have a client that spends excessively on their watch collection. So my client wears a $100,000 watch, but wears $60 jeans. So they can afford designer jeans, but they just don't care to. I have a client that has a car collection and maintenance is very expensive. So this client drives a Lambo, but eats at McDonald's and Chick-fil-A every week. So they can afford to eat at a Michelin star restaurant every single meal, but they don't feel like it. They like Chick-fil-A. This video is not sponsored by Chick-fil-A. I have a client that spends a ton of money on amazing vacations, just excessive amounts of money, but he gets his hair cut for 20 bucks. So it doesn't matter if you're a millionaire, if you make little money or somewhere in between. Relatively speaking, you are overspending in one or two categories, and that is draining your money. And if you're looking to fix your financial leaks, you have to first identify how bad the problem is. So if you think sometimes, I don't know where my money is going, then you really have to write out your expenses. So I want you to investigate what is going on with your finances, and I want to see you make improvements. Now, if you want a free budgeting spreadsheet, please come to my website. So I have a really good template for you. It's
I'm
free.
good. I got that
No
down.
sign up necessary. You don't have to submit any information. I just want to help you out.
Woo.
Come download it. I'm going to leave you a link down below. Please subscribe. I thank you for the support, and I wish you a very nice day. Take care.
Okay. Nice. Well, that's an interesting time. Ryan is over it, so sorry, Ryan. Okay.
I will go ahead and end the stream here and do some quick dishes and then set my space for some Saturday dance break lifetime and go from there. Thank you, Renardina, for not seeing some things in being a hole. Appreciate that. Hopefully you're okay. Hope to see you sooner than later. All right. Thank you, Renardina. Thank you, Kyle. Thank you, One Up Top. Thank you, Lexi Bear. Thank you to anyone who I may have missed. And thank you to anybody who might check this out in the future. Stranger things have happened. And whatever, whenever, however, whatever. Whatever, whenever, however. Whenever. Whatever, whenever, wherever. However. Whatever, whenever. Whatever. Whenever. Should and will. But should, will. And be back later. Alright. Whatever, whenever, however. Do I say something twice? Or am I just tripping right now? Be out that in 6 months. However, whatever, whenever. I'm just saying. Things are kind of rough right now. Maybe that's what Randy is saying, is how they're not actually. For me, they are. Oh well. I'm still gonna have to keep working on it. Whatever, whenever, however. Just make the most of it. That's the most important part. Bye-bye.